What if the fate of humanity rested on the whispers of a single man? In the shadows of ancient Jerusalem, beneath the weight of prophecy and betrayal, a voice emerged, claiming to be the light in an encroaching darkness. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of impending chaos, as the world teetered on the brink of a monumental revelation. Who would believe him? Who would dare to trust in the improbable? In the dim light of flickering oil lamps, a fisherman-turned apostle glimpsed something extraordinary, a glimpse of the divine that shattered his understanding of reality. The weight of the moment surged around him, the urgency palpable as he grappled with the implications of what he had witnessed. His heart raced with each step toward faith, a journey marked by miracles and the heavy burden of doubt. Could he truly follow a man who spoke of love in a world steeped in hatred, of life amidst the shadows of death? Above the streets, the noon sun bore witness to a gathering storm. Voices rose and fell, a cacophony of skepticism and adoration swirling like the winds of change. Here stood the man who turned water into wine, who fed thousands with mere scraps, and who defied the very laws of nature. But with every act of wonder came the specter of danger, a relentless pursuit from those clinging to their power, their fear of the unknown growing with each miracle. A blind man received his sight, and in an instant the world transformed. Joy erupted, yet dread loomed, for with each healing, the stakes escalated. Who was this Jesus, really? A savior or a threat? The shouts of the crowd echoed with both reverence and rage, while whispers of treachery slithered through the alleyways, shadowing each step he took. As the sun dipped low, painting the horizon with hues of crimson and gold, a betrayal brewed, a bitter cocktail of loyalty and deceit. The air shivered with the knowledge that some would sell their souls for a handful of silver. The tension thickened, and every heartbeat echoed with the weight of destiny. Was the sacrifice worth the cost? Would love endure where fear threatened to consume all? In a garden drenched in sweat and sorrow, prayers rose like smoke into the night sky, mingling with the weight of looming betrayal. The stillness vibrated with the knowledge that the end was nigh, yet this was only the beginning. A trial awaited, one that could shatter the very foundation of belief, a crucifixion that would echo through eternity. The Gospel of John cradles these moments, each page alive with the pulse of conflict and revelation. A divine story unfolds, a clash between light and darkness, faith and despair. As historical echoes reverberate, one question remains: who will rise when the dust settles, and who will be left in the shadows of a world forever changed? The air was thick with anticipation, a tension crackling like static before a storm. In a world where the sun had barely begun to rise on the horizon, a lone figure stood at the foot of an ancient mountain, its peaks kissed by the first light of dawn. The shadows danced around the base, whispering secrets of times long gone, as if they were guardians of a forgotten legacy. This was no ordinary place. It resonated with the echoes of those who had come before, a tapestry woven from lives lived in courage and despair. At the mountain's foot lay a village, its humble cottages framed by lush greenery. The sound of roosters crowing broke the silence of the morning as villagers stirred from their dreams. They moved about their routines, unaware that they were living just moments away from a moment that would change everything. A small child, no older than 7, paused in her play, sensing a shift in the air, a foreboding that made her skin prickle. She couldn't explain it, but something monumental was about to unfold. In the village square, stories were exchanged like currency, tales of heroes and heartaches, love and betrayal, woven together by the relentless passage of time. Among those stories sat an old man, his eyes clouded with decades of wisdom. He was known as the keeper of memories, and as he recounted the legends of their ancestors, villagers gathered around him like moths to a flame. Each word he spoke breathed life into the past, illuminating the struggles of those who had walked this earth before them. Long ago, he began, his voice a gravelly whisper. The world was different. There were no borders, no divisions or fears. Humanity was united by a single purpose. His audience leaned closer, hanging on every word, each syllable alive with the weight of history. But darkness crept in, jealousy and greed, like weeds in a garden, choking the growth of unity. As he spoke, the sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously above. A feeling of dread settled over the crowd, an unshakable sense that the past was not merely a distant memory but a living entity, ready to engulf them once more. With every tale, the old man wove in moments of heartbreak and courage, of epic battles fought on blood-soaked fields, and alliances forged in the fire of desperation. The villagers could almost see the ghosts of their ancestors rising from the soil, urging them to remember, to learn from the missteps that had led to their downfall. But there was one story that the old man hesitated to share, a truth buried so deep that it threatened to surface with the force of a tidal wave. It was the tale of the Great Divide, an event that tore the world asunder, scattering its people like leaves caught in a tempest. Whispers of betrayal and ambition filled the air, and the old man could feel the weight of his silence pressing down on him. The villagers sensed the shift, their hearts pounding in unison, a rhythmic echo of the past colliding with the present. In that moment, a young warrior named Kale, driven by an insatiable thirst for justice, stepped forward. His eyes ignited with a fierce determination, as if he held the flame of ancient fires within him. "Tell us the truth," he demanded, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "We must know what happened. We cannot repeat the mistakes of our ancestors." As if summoned by his words, thunder rumbled in the distance, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The Keeper of Memories looked into Kale's passionate eyes and felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. "Very well," he said, his voice trembling with the weight of the revelation. "But understand, young warrior, that knowledge comes with a price." The villagers held their breath, the air thick with unspoken fears and unfulfilled dreams. The old man began to reveal the dark truth behind the Great Divide, a tale of betrayal and ambition that had once united the strongest of kingdoms. He painted a vivid picture of how alliances were formed and then shattered, how honor was cast aside for power, and how envy turned friend against friend. The tension in the air escalated. It was palpable, as if the very fabric of their reality was unraveling. With each word, the storm above gathered strength, dark clouds swirling ominously as if nature itself was a witness to this awakening. Kale could feel the emotions swelling within him, a cocktail of anger, sadness, and hope. As the old man's voice reached a crescendo, the villagers felt a collective shiver, a sense of recognition that their very lives were shaped by the shadows of this history. It was a mirror reflecting their own struggles, their own ambitions, and the fragile threads that bound them together. But just as the truth began to unfold, a deafening clap of thunder shattered the moment, and the skies opened up, pouring rain onto the earth like a baptism of fire. In the chaos, the villagers looked to one another, their hearts racing, minds racing with the realization that they were standing at the crossroads of fate. The past was not a distant echo. It was alive, pulsating, and waiting for them to confront it. As the rain fell in sheets, washing away the past and its burdens, Kale felt a surge of determination. His village was on the brink of something extraordinary, an awakening that could either lead them into light or darkness. The storm raged on, but amidst the chaos, the seeds of change were being sown. With the old man's words ringing in their ears, the villagers knew they had a choice to make. Would they continue to tread the path forged by their ancestors, or would they rise to challenge the shadows that had once consumed them? In that moment, as the rain poured down, they understood that the prologue of their story was just the beginning, a mere prelude to the epic that awaited them ahead. And as they stood together, a united front against the storm, the whispers of the past echoed around them, urging them to remember, to fight, and to transform. The old man's voice trailed off, but the weight of his words lingered like a specter, promising that the most crucial chapters of their history were yet to be written. Time was ticking, and the world around them was changing, ready to unleash its secrets upon those brave enough to face them. In a quiet corner of a bustling ancient town, under the watchful gaze of a crescent moon, a young Mary cradled her belly, feeling the gentle stirrings of life within. Each tiny movement sent ripples of joy, fear, and wonder through her, for she carried not just any child, but the promise of a new beginning, the embodiment of hope. Her world swirled with uncertainty. Yet, amid the chaos, a profound truth whispered through the night air. The Word had become flesh. This moment, seemingly ordinary, held the weight of all creation. It echoed through the streets of Nazareth, where whispers danced in the shadows, carrying tales of a girl chosen for a miraculous role. The townsfolk, unaware of the divine tapestry woven into her life, continued their daily struggles. Yet the air was thick with anticipation. Every breath she took resonated with a sacred purpose, knitting together the fabric of humanity and divinity. Mary's heart beat in tandem with the pulse of the universe. As she walked through the sun-dappled streets, she felt the eyes of the world upon her, some filled with skepticism, others with awe. The essence of God was nestled within her, a secret she bore like a precious jewel. How could one so young, so fragile, hold the weight of the divine? Yet, in the stillness of her solitude, she understood. This was not merely a story of power and grandeur, but one of vulnerability, love, and the intertwining of the divine with the mundane. In those days, the Roman Empire loomed large, casting its shadow over the land. Tax collectors prowled the streets, their eyes cold, their hearts hardened. The scent of oppression hung heavy in the air, and the people longed for a savior to break the chains of their captivity. Little did they know, salvation was nestled in the womb of a young girl. In that very moment, the prophecy of ages unfurled, revealing the intricate plan laid out by the Creator. The divine word, spoken at the dawn of time, was taking on human form, ready to walk among them. As Mary's time drew near, the world held its breath. In a humble stable, where animals lowed softly, the moment finally arrived. The air crackled with energy as the cries of a newborn pierced the silence, announcing the arrival of the Messiah. Wrapped in swaddling clothes, the infant Jesus held the weight of the world in his tiny hands. The heavens erupted in joy, sending angels to proclaim the news to shepherds who trembled in awe at the sight of divine glory. Each note of their song was a promise of peace, heralding the end of despair. The shepherds, rough and rugged, felt their hearts swell with hope as they gathered around the manger. They were not the elite. They were the outcasts of society, yet they were chosen to witness this miraculous event. In those humble moments, the truth of the incarnation unfolded before their eyes. God had not come cloaked in power, but in the form of a vulnerable child, inviting every soul to draw near. Underneath the stars, their laughter mingled with tears of joy, a reminder that the divine often chooses the unlikely, the lowly, to fulfill his grand design. As the news of this miraculous birth spread like wildfire, hearts across the land began to stir. Kings and wise men, guided by a star brighter than any they had ever seen, embarked on a journey fueled by a deep yearning for truth. They carried with them treasures, not just gold and frankincense, but the weight of expectation and hope. The world watched in anticipation as these seekers approached the humble stable, drawn by the promise of something greater than themselves. In the quiet moments of that sacred night, questions hung in the air. What would this child grow to be? Would he rise against the oppressors and establish a new kingdom? Or would he teach love and grace, reshaping the very essence of humanity? The hearts of those who gathered held a mix of hope and uncertainty, each person wrestling with their expectations of the Messiah. Life would never be the same again, but what remained unknown filled the air with tension and excitement. As the years rolled on, Jesus grew, his laughter echoing through the hills of Galilee. He played among the children, his joy infectious, yet the shadow of his destiny loomed. Each step he took was a bridge between heaven and earth, a living testament to the love of God for all. With every healing touch and every parable told, he revealed the heart of God, a heart that beat for forgiveness, mercy, and redemption. Yet the path was not without peril. As whispers of his miracles spread, so too did the fear of those in power. The tension thickened, the stakes grew higher. The very essence of the Word made flesh was a challenge to the status quo, and the world watched with bated breath as the narrative of hope danced perilously close to the edge of despair. Would this incarnation of God, this embodiment of love, withstand the trials ahead? Crucified between two thieves, Jesus displayed the ultimate act of love, the final chapter of his earthly ministry written in blood and sacrifice. The earth trembled, the skies darkened, and for a moment, hope flickered like a candle in a storm. Yet, even in that bleakest hour, the promise remained. The Word, made flesh, had not come to condemn but to save, to transform death into life and despair into joy. The echoes of that night in Bethlehem would resonate through the ages, igniting hearts and inspiring souls. The incarnation was not just a moment in time but the unfolding of a divine narrative, woven intricately into the tapestry of human experience. It was a story that called out to the weary, the lost, and the searching, promising that love, in its most profound form, had arrived. Each life touched by his grace became a testament to the miraculous, a reminder that amidst the chaos, the Word had indeed become flesh, forever altering the course of humanity. As the sun rose over Jerusalem, illuminating the streets and the hearts of those within, the reality of the incarnation loomed large. It was a truth that would continue to ripple through time, beckoning all to witness the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find the divine in the mundane, and to recognize that the Word had not just been made flesh but had become part of the very lives of those who dared to believe. The story was far from over. On the banks of the muddy Jordan River, the air crackled with anticipation. A figure clad in rough, camel-hair garments stood amidst the crowd, his voice echoing like thunder through a valley of dusty doubt. John's presence was magnetic, drawing people from every corner of Judea and Jerusalem. They came to him with hearts that were heavy, souls burdened by the weight of unfulfilled longing. They craved something more, something that could break the chains of their mundane existence. John the Baptist was not just a man, he was a force of nature. As he preached, the waters of the Jordan swirled behind him, reflecting the sun's golden rays with a shimmering promise. "Repent," he cried, his voice unwavering, "for the kingdom of heaven is at hand." His words held power, stirring deep emotions within those who heard them. People felt the urgency, the need to turn their hearts towards something greater, to cleanse themselves in a world tainted by sin. As he baptized one sinner after another, the water splashed, creating ripples that mirrored the stirring in their souls. The refreshing coolness of the river contrasted with the heat of the sun, just as John's message of hope clashed with the despair many felt in their lives. From the depths of their hearts, they cried out for forgiveness, and John, with his piercing gaze and unyielding spirit, plunged them into the water, immersing them in a ritual that symbolized rebirth. Each baptism was a small death, a shedding of the old, broken self, and a rising into something new, something holy. His wild hair whipped about his face as he gestured passionately, bringing forth images of the coming Messiah. "He who is mightier than I is coming after me," he proclaimed, his words striking chords of expectation. "I am not worthy to untie the sandals of his feet." The crowd gasped collectively, a shiver running through them as they grasped the weight of his proclamation. Who was this man he spoke of? A savior? A deliverer? Someone who would bring light into their darkness? The anticipation hung thick in the air, a palpable energy that enveloped everyone present. As the days turned to weeks, John's fame grew. He was not just a prophet. He was a beacon of hope in a world filled with shadows. The rulers of the land watched him warily, their hearts filled with jealousy and fear. The temple leaders knew that a fire was kindling among the people, and they felt it creeping closer to their fragile power. John's words were seeds planted in the hearts of the people, and hope was beginning to sprout in unexpected places. Crowds gathered in throngs, drawn to the wild man who dared to speak truth to power. They hung on his every word, feeling the tremors of change in their bones. Mothers wept, clutching their children, as fathers stood resolute, nodding along with John's fiery proclamations. The very fabric of their society was shifting, and it felt both exhilarating and terrifying. But amidst the fervor, there was a tension building, a whisper of impending confrontation. John's boldness could not be contained. He spoke against the ruling authorities, calling out the corruption that festered in their hearts. He was not afraid to tell Herod, the king, that he had sinned by taking his brother's wife. Those words hung heavy in the air, a spark ready to ignite a flame of retribution. The eyes of the people widened in horror and fascination. Was this man truly fearless? Did he not understand the danger he courted with such bold declarations? Yet, with every word he spoke, people felt the fire of courage kindling within them. They, too, wanted to rise up, to shake off the shackles that had bound their spirits for too long. One fateful day, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of orange and pink, the moment arrived. A figure emerged from the crowd, and the world seemed to pause. It was a man, ordinary in appearance yet extraordinary in the aura he carried. As he approached John, the river flowed behind them, a silent witness to the unfolding drama. John's eyes locked onto the newcomer, and in that instant, time stretched thin. "I need to be baptized by you," Jesus said, a calm serenity in his voice that resonated with the depths of John's soul. How could this be? The one he had been proclaiming, the one who was to come, stood before him. John's heart raced, a mixture of awe and humility colliding within him. "Let it be so now," Jesus urged, gently breaking through John's uncertainty. The crowd watched, breath held, as the moment of destiny unfolded. With trembling hands, John led Jesus into the waters of the Jordan. The water swirled around them, a sacred dance of two lives about to intertwine in a way that would forever alter the course of history. As Jesus was baptized, the heavens opened, and a voice thundered from above. "This is my Son, whom I love. With him I am well pleased." The words cascaded through the crowd, sending chills down their spines. They felt the very earth shift beneath their feet. This man, this Jesus, was not just another prophet. He was the embodiment of the hope they had yearned for, the salvation they had dared to dream about. John's heart swelled with a mixture of joy and trepidation. He had fulfilled his purpose. He had prepared the way for the one who was to come. Yet, as he gazed into the eyes of Jesus, he felt the weight of what was to come: trials, sacrifices, and a path paved with suffering. The tension thickened once more as the realization dawned upon him. The journey of the forerunner was only beginning, and what lay ahead was filled with as much uncertainty as it was with promise. And as the waters of the Jordan continued to flow, so too did the currents of destiny, swirling around them both, pulling them into an uncharted future that awaited beyond the horizon. At the edge of the shimmering Sea of Galilee, the air buzzed with the sounds of life. Fishermen mended their nets, and the sun cast a golden hue over the water, creating an almost magical atmosphere. Yet, amidst this ordinary day, something extraordinary was about to unfold. The world was about to witness the calling of men who would change history forever. On the shore, Simon Peter stood, his hands rough and calloused from years of hard work. He gazed into the waves, his heart a mix of longing and frustration. The fish had been elusive today, just like his dreams. He had always felt there was more to his life than this endless cycle of fishing, but the worries of daily survival shackled him, keeping him anchored to the familiar. As he cast his net one last time, a strange figure appeared on the shore, an ordinary man with a compelling presence. This was Jesus of Nazareth, a name that would soon send ripples through the ages. With an authority that both intrigued and unnerved, Jesus approached Peter. His eyes sparkled with a fire that seemed to ignite the very air around them. "Come, follow me," Jesus called, his voice echoing against the tranquil waters. "I will make you fishers of men." Peter froze, the net slipping from his fingers, a heart-stopping moment where time stood still. "Follow you?" The words caught in his throat, tangled with disbelief and curiosity. The weight of his responsibilities pressed heavily on his shoulders, but the allure of something greater tugged at his spirit. As if sensing Peter's hesitation, Jesus stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "Your heart knows the truth, Simon. You were made for more than this." In that instant, a surge of emotion washed over Peter, an exhilarating mix of fear and hope. Could he leave everything behind? the familiar faces of his family, the comfort of his boat. Yet the promise of purpose beckoned like a siren's call. Without thinking, he dropped his net and took a step forward, a leap into the unknown. Meanwhile, Andrew, Peter's brother, watched from a distance. He had felt the same pull but was waiting for Peter to anchor his decision. When Peter stepped forward, Andrew felt a tide of courage rise within him. He joined Peter, and together they stepped toward Jesus, leaving their old lives behind. As they walked, the sun began to dip beyond the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of orange and purple. With each step, the weight of their pasts lifted, replaced by a sense of belonging. They were no longer simple fishermen. They were being invited into something monumental. Days turned into weeks and the trio grew. Jesus called James and John, sons of Zebedee, who were mending their own nets nearby. The moment was electric, their eyes wide with astonishment and eagerness as they dropped everything to follow this extraordinary man. The four of them, united by a shared sense of purpose, formed the foundation of what would soon become a movement that would reshape the world. However, commitment was not without its challenges. As they traveled with Jesus, the enormity of their choice began to weigh heavily. They witnessed miracles that astonished them. Sick bodies healed with a touch, storms calmed with a word, and even the dead brought back to life. Each moment filled them with awe but also fear. They realized the path ahead would be fraught with trials, doubts, and dangers. One evening, while they camped under the stars, a heavy silence fell over the group. The flickering flames danced shadows across their faces, revealing the inner turmoil many were grappling with. Jesus looked at them, sensing their unrest, and asked, "What do you seek?" Peter, the ever-bold, was the first to speak. "We seek to understand. We follow you, but our hearts are restless." Jesus smiled softly. He understood the burden of commitment. The path of a disciple is not easy, but it leads to life. Each step is a choice, a commitment to love and serve. Every word hung in the air, a challenge and a comfort. In that moment, Peter felt the weight of his decision solidify. He could feel the heartbeat of something greater wrapping around him, a sacred bond that connected him to his brothers and to Jesus. This was not merely about following a teacher. It was about becoming part of a family bound by faith and purpose. As the days turned into months, the disciples faced growing resistance. The religious leaders began to take notice of this group, their teachings inciting both awe and anger. A confrontation was inevitable. One day, as they entered the bustling streets of Jerusalem, an atmosphere of tension crackled in the air. People whispered, casting suspicious glances. The disciples felt the heat of scorn upon them, but there was also a spark of excitement. They were living out their commitment, boldly sharing the messages of love and hope they learned from Jesus. But with every act of courage came greater trials. During a heated debate in the temple, Peter found himself standing before the very men who had the power to condemn him. Heart racing, he recalled the words of Jesus, urging him to not be afraid. With the weight of the moment pressing down, he spoke with a fire that surprised even himself, proclaiming the truth of what they had witnessed. Yet as the sun set on that day, the glow of victory turned into a shroud of doubt. The threats loomed larger, and the reality of their commitment sank in deeper. Each disciple felt the tremors of uncertainty, pondering silently if they were ready for what lay ahead. But in the shadows of their minds, a flicker of hope remained. They had tasted the sweetness of purpose, and they knew that even amidst fear, their call to serve was undeniable. The bonds between them strengthened, forged in the fires of adversity. In those moments, they realized that their calling was not simply about following a man. It was about embracing a mission that would resonate through generations. As the tensions grew, so did their commitment, a commitment that would soon be tested in ways they could not yet fathom. And as they prepared to face the coming storm, the words of Jesus echoed in their hearts. A promise of love, of friendship, and a calling to something much greater than themselves. The journey was far from over. It was only just beginning, and the world would soon know their names. The air was thick with anticipation, laughter bubbling up from the guests like the wine that had flowed freely until that moment. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden glow over the hills of Galilee, a perfect backdrop for the joyful celebration unfolding in a modest yet vibrant village. People were dancing, their feet pounding the earth in time with the music, and bright fabrics swirled like wildflowers caught in a gust of wind. A love story was being woven before their very eyes, but beneath the surface of this joyous occasion, an undercurrent of tension rippled through the gathering. Mary, the mother of Jesus, stood with a concerned expression, her eyes darting towards the servants bustling about. Whispers began to swirl among the guests, an unsettling fog of anxiety creeping over the shimmering excitement. The wine had run out, and the laughter was fading. This was more than just a minor inconvenience. It was a social catastrophe. In a culture where hospitality and abundance were paramount, the failure to provide wine for the guests would leave an indelible mark on the newlyweds, a stain that could taint their future happiness. As the music faltered and the joyous faces turned to frowns, Mary felt a knot tighten in her stomach. She glanced at her son, Jesus, whose calm demeanor stood in stark contrast to the mounting panic surrounding them. It was a fleeting moment, but the gaze they shared spoke volumes. An unspoken understanding passed between them, heavy with the weight of what was both expected and yet uncharted. "Do whatever he tells you," she urged the servants, her voice low and steady, as if she could sense the miraculous potential brewing just beneath the surface. The servants exchanged bewildered looks, unsure of what to make of her confidence in this man who, until that moment, had been just a guest among them. But Mary's faith illuminated something in them, a flicker of hope igniting in the dim light of despair. Jesus looked at the stone jars, standing like sentinels against the backdrop of the festivities. Each jar, holding 20 to 30 gallons, was traditionally used for purification rites, a reminder of the old ways and the laws that governed their lives. Yet here, in this sacred moment, they would become vessels for transformation. With a voice that carried the authority of both a son and a prophet, he commanded the servants to fill them with water. In those few moments, time seemed to pause. The sound of water splashing echoed in the tense silence, the servants working quickly, their movements almost frantic as they filled each jar to the brim. They exchanged nervous glances, struggling to fathom the significance of what their simple task might lead to. What could plain water possibly offer to dispel the clouds of disappointment darkening this joyous occasion? Once the jars were full, Jesus instructed them to draw some out and take it to the master of the banquet. The servants hesitated, their hearts racing. What could they possibly offer to the man in charge? Yet, driven by an unexplainable urge to trust this man who spoke with such calm authority, they obeyed. As the water poured into the cup, an astonishing transformation began to unfold. No longer mere water, but a rich, deep red liquid swirled within the cup. The servants exchanged incredulous looks, grappling with the miraculous change they could hardly comprehend. Their feet moved with urgency as they approached the master of the banquet, each step echoing their disbelief and exhilaration. The master, a portly man with a jovial smile that could light up any gathering, raised the cup to his lips, oblivious to the divine intervention that had just occurred. As the wine flowed into his mouth, a look of shock washed over his face. The laughter and chatter faded into hushed whispers surrounding him, a collective breath held tight in the air. "You have saved the best wine until now," he exclaimed, his voice ringing with disbelief and joy. The crowd erupted in applause, cheers erupting like fireworks, and for a moment, everyone was caught up in the miracle unfolding before them. The miracle of joy, the miracle of faith, and the miracle of love. The newlyweds looked at each other, their eyes wide with astonishment and gratitude. They had been graced not just with wine, but with the extraordinary gift of a symbol, of hope, abundance, and the promise of what was yet to come. But amid the jubilation, a profound silence settled over Mary as she watched her son. She understood the weight of what had just happened. This was not just an act of kindness. It was the first glimpse of a destiny unfolding, a revelation of Jesus' true identity that would have rippling effects beyond this wedding, beyond this moment. She felt a mixture of pride and trepidation, knowing that this act of transformation was merely the beginning of a path that would lead her son to extraordinary heights, but also to unimaginable trials. The servants, still in a state of bewilderment, moved through the crowd like shadows, witnessing the celebrations and the laughter that now enveloped everyone. They had become part of something far greater than they could have ever anticipated. The story of this wedding would not just be about love and unity, but about the divine touch that had turned a moment of potential shame into an unforgettable testament of grace. As the night wore on, the music swelled once more, and the laughter echoed off the walls. Yet, beneath the surface of revelry lingered an electrifying sense of change. The guests, now drunk on the finest wine, danced with abandon, unaware of the weighty significance that had just unfolded. But those who had witnessed the miracle knew that something monumental had occurred, something that would resonate through time. With the moon casting a silver glow over the festivities, Jesus stepped back, feeling the eyes of the crowd upon him, some curious, some awestruck. He smiled softly, a knowing smile that hinted at the journey ahead. The seeds of faith had been planted, and the ripples of this miracle were destined to expand beyond Cana, into the heart of the world. Each moment was a thread weaving a story yet to be told, a tapestry of lives intersecting, faith awakening, and hearts igniting with the kind of hope that could only come from the divine. And as the night deepened and the stars twinkled like promises in the sky, the promise of more miracles loomed just around the corner, waiting to unfold in the most unexpected ways, in the most ordinary of places. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays over Jerusalem as the marketplace buzzed with life. Merchants shouted, their voices a cacophony of pitches, drawing in the crowds with the promise of fresh offerings and rich profits. Each stall brimmed with goods, a symphony of colors and scents. Yet, hidden beneath the chatter and clinking coins was an undercurrent of something darker, something that would soon erupt like a volcano. Jesus stood at the threshold of the temple, a magnificent structure that towered over the city, its marble shining even in the fading light. It was a sacred place, a symbol of faith and devotion, yet now it had become something else entirely, a marketplace that thrived on greed. He looked upon the throngs of people who had come to worship but found themselves ensnared in a web of commerce. The sight churned within him, a mix of anger and sorrow twisted in his heart, ready to burst free. As he stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. The air was thick with the smell of animals, sheep bleating, doves cooing, and the sharp scent of incense mingling with sweat and dust. The clamor of coins and bartering voices rose to a deafening pitch. Here, in the sacred space, merchants traded animals for sacrifices, their eyes glinting with the allure of profit rather than piety. The sacred had been sullied, and the sanctity of worship had been overshadowed by greed. His heart raced as he surveyed the scene. A man shouted, 2 doves for a shekel, while another waved a handful of coins, shouting offers that echoed off the stone walls. The noise was overwhelming, a jarring contrast to the quiet prayer and reflection that should have filled this holy place. Yet in the midst of this chaos, a fire ignited within Jesus. The passion of the righteous surged deep within him, and with each breath, his resolve solidified. He moved forward, each step echoing with the weight of authority. People turned, sensing a shift in the air. The crowd parted, eyes widening as they beheld the man whose words had stirred hearts across the land, whose miracles had whispered of divine power. He was not merely a prophet. He was something more, and in that moment they could feel it. They could feel that something was about to change. With fierce determination, he reached the center of the marketplace, where the money changers sat, their tables laden with coins and greed. A moment of stillness fell over the place, as if the very stones held their breath. "It is written," he thundered, his voice rising above the clamor. "My house shall be called the house of prayer, but you make it a den of robbers." The words struck like lightning, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. Suddenly, he toppled the tables with a force that left the onlookers gasping. Coins spilled onto the floor, clinking and rolling, echoing like the heartbeat of a nation in turmoil. Doves fluttered in panic, their wings beating against the air, a flurry of white against the chaos. The merchants scrambled in confusion. Their greed turned to fear as they realized their stronghold was collapsing before them. Jesus, fueled by righteous zeal, grabbed a whip made of cords, a symbol of his authority and his fierce love for the true worshippers of God. He drove the merchants out, his actions swift and uncompromising. "Take these things away. Do not make my Father's house a house of trade." His voice rang clear, a clarion call to those who had been blinded by profit. The atmosphere crackled with intensity, and for the first time in years, the temple was alive with purpose and passion. The onlookers stood frozen, hearts pounding in their chests. Some were filled with fear, others with awe. They knew they were witnessing a moment that would ripple through history, a clash of righteousness against corruption. Faces turned toward him, some filled with admiration, others with anger and disdain. The religious leaders, guardians of tradition, watched from the shadows, their brows furrowed, calculating the implications of this disruption. As the last of the merchants fled, Jesus stood amid the stillness that followed, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with the weight of what he had just unleashed. The temple was quiet now, but the echoes of his actions would reverberate for generations. The air felt charged, alive with possibility, as if heaven itself was hanging on the brink of a new reality. In that sacred space, the sick and the broken began to gather, drawn by an unseen force. They sensed that something transformative was happening, that this Jesus was not just a man, but a beacon of hope. The blind, the lame, those shunned by society crept toward him, their eyes wide with wonder. In this moment, the temple transformed from a place of commerce to a sanctuary of healing. He looked at them, his heart swelling with compassion. "Come to me," he beckoned, and they rushed forward, their desperation palpable. With each touch, he healed them, pouring love and strength into their weary souls. Joy erupted in the hearts of those who had long been abandoned, tears mingling with laughter as they experienced the miracle of restoration. In the shadows, the religious leaders whispered among themselves, their fury mounting. Their authority was threatened, and they plotted in the silence, knowing that this man was stirring the hearts of the people, igniting a flame of faith that could not be extinguished. "Who does he think he is?" one hissed, bitterness dripping from his voice. The crowd, however, swelled, captivated by this man with the authority to cleanse and heal. They could feel the shift within them, the stirring of something powerful and divine. In that charged atmosphere, hope began to rise, but so did the tension. Eyes flared with determination, and murmurs of rebellion echoed through the gathering. They knew that this moment was not just about the temple. It was a declaration, an announcement that the old ways of corruption and greed were being dismantled. The air was thick with anticipation, and every heart beat in rhythm, pulsing with a shared understanding. This man was here to change everything, to challenge the very foundations of their faith. As darkness gathered among the religious elite, the light of hope shone bright in the hearts of the people. They stood on the precipice of something monumental, a movement that could change the world. The crowd, caught in the swell of emotion, awaited his next words, their hearts aching with the promise of what was to come. In the stillness of night, when shadows draped the streets of Jerusalem like a dark veil, a figure moved with purpose. Nicodemus, a respected Pharisee, wrapped his cloak tightly around him, concealing not just his identity but also the turmoil stirring in his heart. He felt the weight of tradition pressing down on him, yet something deep within urged him to seek the truth that eluded him. His footsteps echoed softly on the cobblestone, mixing with the whispers of the wind and the distant sounds of the city settling into slumber. As he approached the humble dwelling where the rabbi, Jesus, was staying, Nicodemus's mind raced with questions that had haunted him for nights on end. Was it truly possible for a man to be born again? What could this teacher from Nazareth offer that the law, so meticulously followed, could not? The flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows on the walls, and as he entered, he felt an electric charge in the air, as if the very atmosphere was alive with anticipation. Jesus sat calmly, his eyes gleaming like stars against the darkness. There was an undeniable magnetism about him, an aura that drew Nicodemus in despite the barriers of his own beliefs. The room was small, yet it felt expansive, filled with the weight of untold stories and unasked questions. Nicodemus, heart pounding, settled onto a low stone bench, his mind racing with the significance of this moment. "Rabbi," he began, his voice barely above a whisper, "we know you are a teacher who has come from God. No one could perform the signs you are doing if God were not with him." Each word hung in the air, charged with desperation and hope. He was seeking answers, but he feared the implications of what those answers might reveal. Jesus met his gaze, unflinching and wise, and for a fleeting moment, time stood still. "Very truly I tell you," Jesus replied, his voice smooth yet powerful, "no one can see the kingdom of God unless they are born again." The weight of those words landed heavily on Nicodemus's chest. Born again? The concept seemed absurd, even blasphemous to a man steeped in the law, yet something within him stirred. The very idea of shedding his former self was both terrifying and exhilarating. Nicodemus furrowed his brow, confusion etching lines across his forehead. "How can someone be born when they are old?" he asked, incredulity lacing his tone. "Surely they cannot enter a second time into their mother's womb to be born." The image was grotesque yet compelling, illustrating the depth of his struggle. Yet beyond the shock, a flicker of curiosity ignited in him, a spark of longing for something more. Jesus' response was gentle but firm. "Very truly I tell you, no one can enter the kingdom of God unless they are born of water and the Spirit." Those words poured over Nicodemus like a cool stream, refreshing yet bewildering. The heart of the matter began to unravel, revealing layers of meaning that challenged his understanding of faith and life itself. Nicodemus felt as if he were standing on the edge of a chasm, teetering between the life he had always known and the promise of a new beginning. Could he embrace this radical transformation? The air was thick with emotion, fear, hope, longing, and he could hardly breathe. Jesus' eyes seemed to pierce through his defenses, reaching the very core of his soul. "You should not be surprised at my saying, 'You must be born again,'" Jesus continued, his voice a soothing balm. The wind rustled outside, a reminder of the unseen forces that shaped their lives. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it is going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. As those words washed over him, Nicodemus felt a shift within. The imagery of the wind felt familiar, yet foreign, like a gentle breeze carrying him toward uncharted territory. It whispered of freedom, of possibilities beyond his limited understanding. The idea of being reborn ignited a flame in his heart, a yearning for something purer than the rigid laws he had lived by. But questions clawed at him, clouds of doubt swirling in his mind. "How can these things be?" he asked, a plea woven through his confusion. The vulnerability in his voice was palpable, a stark contrast to the confident authority he wielded as a Pharisee. Jesus regarded him with compassion, a deep understanding in his gaze. "You are Israel's teacher," he said gently, "and do you not understand these things?" It was both a rebuke and an invitation, a challenge to drop the armor of his status and embrace the humility of a seeker. Nicodemus felt the stings of those words, yet within the pain lay an undeniable truth that began to reshape his reality. The tension in the room thickened as Jesus continued, his words weaving a tapestry of ancient prophecies and promises. "Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, so the Son of Man must be lifted up, that everyone who believes may have eternal life in him." The air crackled with spiritual electricity, the mention of Moses sparking memories of the past and revelations of the future. And just like that, the core of his being trembled. This was more than a conversation. It was a divine intersection of faith, history, and destiny. Nicodemus could feel the walls he had meticulously built around his heart begin to crack, allowing the light of understanding to seep in. The concept of eternal life, once a distant notion, shimmered tantalizingly close, as if it were a hidden treasure waiting to be unearthed. But the journey was not merely about knowledge. It was about transformation, a shedding of old skin to embrace the new. With each word, Nicodemus felt the breath of the Spirit awakening within him, stirring a longing for a deeper connection, one that transcended the law and reached into the very essence of love itself. Suddenly, the moment felt too precious to contain. The weight of their exchange hung in the space between them, a fragile thread binding their souls together. Nicodemus could taste the sweetness of revelation, yet he also felt the bitter chill of fear. What would it mean to believe, to step into the unknown? The world he knew was crumbling, and the new birth awaited him like a doorway to a brighter tomorrow. Outside, the moon shone brightly, illuminating the night sky, a reminder of the light that Jesus promised. Nicodemus sat, breathless and trembling, on the cusp of awakening, ready to embrace the profound mystery that lay ahead, unaware that this encounter would change his life forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting vibrant hues of orange and gold across the dusty landscape. It was the kind of day where heat shimmered off the ground, and the air felt thick with anticipation. At Jacob's well, a solitary figure could be seen. A woman, weary from the weight of her life, approached the water's edge with hesitant steps, her heart heavy with the burdens she carried. She was an outsider in every way, marked by her gender, her heritage, and the scars of her past. As she drew nearer, she noticed a man sitting by the well, his posture relaxed yet commanding. He was unlike anyone she had encountered. His gaze was steady, piercing through the layers of her defenses. She could feel the tension in the air, an unspoken barrier standing between them, one dictated by the norms of their society. She could sense the whispers of judgment, the expectations of her culture that dictated she should avoid him, a Jewish man at all costs. The well, a meeting place of sorts, had been a refuge for her. Yet today it felt different. Today it held the weight of something monumental. With every step closer, she felt the invisible ropes of societal restrictions tighten around her. Those whispers grew louder in her mind, reminding her of the rules. Jews do not associate with Samaritans. A woman unaccompanied by a man was deemed unworthy of attention or conversation. Her heart raced, a mix of fear and curiosity. "Will you give me a drink?" The man's voice broke the silence, his request shocking her. It was a simple question, but in it lay the power to shatter the constraints of her world. She looked at him, searching for the hidden motives behind his words. Did he not know who she was? Did he not see the scars etched on her soul? Yet, there was a glimmer of something in his eyes, compassion mixed with a fierce determination that set her heart ablaze. "How can you ask me for a drink?" she replied, her voice trembling slightly. She was caught off guard, fighting against the urge to turn away. "You're a Jew, and I'm a Samaritan. We're not supposed to talk. We don't belong to the same world." But he met her gaze, unflinching. "If you knew the gift of God and who it is that asks you for a drink, you would have asked him, and he would have given you living water." His words were like a wave crashing against the shore, stirring something deep within her. Living water? What could that possibly mean, especially coming from a man like him? Confusion mingled with intrigue as she tilted her head, weighing her options. "You have nothing to draw with, and the well is deep. Where can you get this living water?" she probed, her curiosity piqued. Perhaps it was foolishness, but she had always craved more from life than what was handed to her. She wanted to dig a little deeper, to understand if this man was real or just another mirage in the desert. "I'm not talking about water in the way you know it," he replied gently. "Whoever drinks this water will be thirsty again, but whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst." Something shifted in the air. The weight of her past, the shame of her choices, and the loneliness that enveloped her like a shroud began to unravel. Could it be true? Could there be a way to quench the thirst of her soul, to break free from the chains of her existence? Tears stung her eyes, but she fought them back. "Give me this water so that I won't get thirsty and have to keep coming here to draw water." In that moment, it was as if the world around them faded. Time stood still. The burdens of her life, the failed relationships, the judgment of her people, the isolation she felt, floated away like dust in the wind. Here was a man who dared to see her, to recognize her humanity despite the labels that society had placed upon her. "Go, call your husband and come back," he said. And with those words, the air grew heavy once more. She felt exposed, as if he had peered into the darkest corners of her heart. There was no turning away from the truth now. "I have no husband," she admitted, feeling the sting of shame. "You are right when you say you have no husband. The fact is, you have had 5 husbands, and the man you now have is not your husband," he replied, each word striking her like a bolt of lightning. She felt raw, laid bare before him. How could he know? Her heart raced, and the once familiar walls of her reality began to crack. "Sir, I can see that you are a prophet," she stammered, desperate to steer the conversation away from her shame. She wanted to reclaim some semblance of control. "Our ancestors worshipped on this mountain, but you Jews claim that the place where we must worship is in Jerusalem." His response was calm, steady, an anchor in the whirlwind of her emotions. "Believe me, a time is coming when you will worship the Father neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem. A time is coming and has now come when true worshippers will worship the Father in the Spirit and in truth." She felt the truth of his words resonate within her. This was more than a conversation. It was a revelation. In that dusty moment by the well, she could feel the walls of her life crumbling, piece by piece. Here was a man breaking cultural barriers, refusing to categorize her by her past or her gender. He saw her for who she truly was, a soul longing for acceptance, for connection. "I know that Messiah is coming," she said, grasping onto the hope that maybe, just maybe, he was the one she had been waiting for. "When he comes, he will explain everything to us." The man looked directly into her eyes, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I, the one speaking to you, I am he." His admission hung in the air, charged with a divine energy that made her pulse quicken. In that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the boundaries that had once defined her began to dissolve. The well was no longer just a place for drawing water. It had become a sacred space where lives could intertwine and hearts could be healed. She was no longer just a woman at the well. She was a woman on the precipice of transformation. But just as hope began to bloom, the sound of footsteps interrupted them, and the world outside their sacred moment rushed back in. The disciples returned, their faces etched with confusion and disapproval. The distance between cultures, between men and women, between sinner and saint, threatened to close back in. Yet something profound had shifted. The woman at the well took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her past begin to lift. Courage surged within her. She had encountered the divine, and nothing would ever be the same again. As she turned to face the disciples, a spark of understanding ignited in her heart. The barriers that had once defined her were beginning to crumble, and she was ready to step into a new dawn. The sun beat down relentlessly on the dusty roads of Capernaum, its harsh light casting long shadows as the marketplace bustled with life. Merchants shouted their wares, children played, and the scent of spices mingled with that of freshly baked bread. But amid this ordinary day, a storm brewed in the heart of a nobleman who paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. His son, the light of his life, lay sick at home, a fever gripping the boy with an iron fist, draining away the very essence of his being. In a time when power meant wealth and influence, the nobleman felt utterly powerless. He had summoned every physician, consulted the wisest sages, and offered prayers to the gods, yet nothing seemed to change. It was as if the world had conspired to steal his joy, leaving him with nothing but a gnawing fear that whispered dark thoughts into his mind. Will I lose him? The thought twisted like a dagger in his heart, and desperation clawed at him. Word had traveled of a man who performed miracles, a healer from Nazareth, Jesus of Nazareth. With every step that the nobleman took toward this stranger, hope flickered within him like a candle in the wind, fragile yet unwavering. There was something about Jesus that stirred his spirit, a promise of healing, a glimmer of faith that he had long thought extinguished. As he approached the outskirts of the town, the nobleman's heart raced. He had seen the faces of the healed, their smiles radiant with the gift of life restored. Yet, doubts flitted through his mind. What if this man was not who people said he was? What if his son's condition was beyond anyone's help? But hope, however fragile, pushed him onward, a force stronger than his fear. Finally, he spotted Jesus, standing amidst a gathering of curious onlookers. The air crackled with anticipation, the crowd a living tapestry of emotions. Belief, skepticism, yearning. The nobleman could hardly breathe as he pushed through, desperation guiding his every stride. He fell at Jesus' feet, his voice trembling with urgency. "Lord, my son is at the point of death. Come down and heal him." The moment felt electric, charged with the weight of his plea. Jesus looked down at the nobleman, his eyes filled with an understanding that seemed to penetrate straight to the core of his anguish. "Unless you see signs and wonders, you will not believe," Jesus replied, not dismissively but rather as a gentle challenge. The nobleman's heart sank momentarily, for he was just a father pleading for his child's life. "Sir," he cried, "come and heal my son." The desperation in his voice sent ripples through the crowd, a shared empathy that hung thick in the air. The nobleman's face glistened with tears, each drop a testament to the love he held for his son, a love so fierce it could shake mountains. With a calm assurance, Jesus spoke again. "Go, your son will live." The nobleman felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Could it truly be so simple? Could this stranger's words have the power to alter the course of his son's life? Yet in that moment, something remarkable happened. Faith took root in his heart. It was as if a light had been lit within him, banishing the shadows of doubt. He turned to leave, his heart pounding, a mix of hope and fear blending in an intoxicating cocktail of emotion. The journey back to his home felt eternal, each step heavy with the weight of uncertainty. Yet, with every stride, he whispered a prayer, a mantra of hope. As he approached the threshold of his home, the nobleman saw his servants rushing toward him, their faces awash with joy. "Your son lives!" one exclaimed, breathless with excitement. The nobleman's heart soared, and he felt as if he was being lifted on wings of eagles. "At what hour did he begin to recover?" he asked, a sense of urgency behind his words. The servant replied, "Yesterday at the 7th hour, the fever left him." The nobleman's breath caught in his throat, understanding dawning upon him like the first light of dawn. It was the very moment when Jesus had spoken, the moment when hope had ignited in his heart. The realization washed over him, a profound understanding that faith had the power to bridge the gap between despair and healing, between a father's love and the miraculous. In that moment, he felt something shift within him. The nobleman had come seeking a miracle, but he had found something far greater, a relationship of trust with the one who held the power of life and death. His heart swelled with gratitude and awe at the authority that Jesus wielded, not just over illness, but over the very fabric of existence itself. As he entered his home, the laughter of his son echoed through the halls, a sound that had nearly been silenced by fever. The nobleman rushed to him, scooping him into his arms, tears streaming down his face as he held his boy close. The warmth of his son's body was a balm to his soul, healing the wounds of fear and doubt that had threatened to overwhelm him. The boy looked up, his eyes bright and innocent, and the nobleman whispered, "You will never know how much I prayed for you." The boy smiled back, and in that moment, the nobleman understood that the miracle was not just in the healing but in the deepening of love, the strengthening of faith, and the bond between a father and son. Yet outside, the world continued to turn, with its shadows and light, its noise and silence. The nobleman stood at the threshold of his home, the air thick with emotion, understanding that life was a fragile gift. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle wind blew by, rustling the leaves, whispering promises of hope and healing. And in that stillness, he felt a stirring, a sense that this was not an ending but a beginning. His heart pulsed with a renewed purpose. Beyond just the miracle that had graced his life, there was a longing to share this encounter with others. The authority of faith had changed him, and he knew that the ripple effect of one man's miracle could touch countless lives. Behind him, the laughter of his son filled the air, blending into the chorus of life that thrived in the world outside. The nobleman turned back, stepping fully into his home, ready to embrace the unfolding story of faith, authority, and the astonishing power of love. In the quiet haze of dawn, a heavy mist clung to the cobblestones of Jerusalem, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and the distant sounds of awakening life. It was a day like any other, yet beneath the surface of routine, tension simmered, palpable and electric. At the Pool of Bethesda, a place known for its troubled waters, the hopes and fears of many coalesced into a single moment. The water stirred occasionally, a prophecy of healing, drawing the sick and the desperate like moths to a flame. Among them was a man whose eyes held the weight of 38 years of suffering. He lay sprawled on the edge of the pool, his body worn, his spirit bruised but unbroken. For so long, he had watched others slip into the healing waters, only to remain an outsider, tethered to his misery. Each day, he listened to the whispers of longing around him, the cries of hope from those who believed a single splash could change their fate. Yet he remained, a silent witness, each passing year tightening the noose of despair around his heart. On this particular Sabbath, the sun's rays broke through the mist, casting a golden glow that danced upon the water's surface. It was a sacred day, a day of rest, yet for this man, it felt like the ultimate irony. The religious leaders, with their solemn faces and unyielding rules, patrolled the streets like hawks, ready to pounce on any perceived infringement of the law. Their shadows loomed over the pool, heavy with judgment and scrutiny. As he watched the water ripple, a presence began to carve through the crowd, a figure that stood out against the backdrop of despair. It was Jesus, a man whose very name sent shockwaves through the hearts of many. He moved with purpose, his eyes scanning the faces of the afflicted, penetrating the veil of suffering with a gaze that promised something more. A flicker of hope ignited in the man's heart at the sight of this unexpected visitor. Could it be? Could this day be different? Jesus approached, his demeanor calm yet charged with a quiet strength. He knelt beside the man, his voice gentle, yet piercing through years of silence. "Do you want to be made whole?" The question hung in the air, heavy with significance. The man blinked, startled, as if awakening from a long slumber. "Sir, I have no one to put me into the pool when the water is stirred," he responded, his voice a fragile whisper, tinged with desperation. There it was, the raw, aching truth of his existence. A life spent waiting, hoping against hope, and yet trapped by circumstance. But Jesus did not wait for the waters to stir. He spoke words that broke the chains of tradition and ritual. "Rise, take up your bed and walk." These words, simple yet powerful, echoed in the very depths of the man's soul. In an instant, something shifted. It was as if the universe leaned in to listen. The man felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, igniting every nerve ending, filling his limbs with a strength he thought long lost. With a gasp that held both disbelief and wonder, he rose to his feet. The crowd fell silent, eyes wide, mouths agape. An electric charge ran through the air, a collective breath held in awe. But the moment of joy was quickly overshadowed by the sharp voices of the religious leaders, their disdain palpable. "It is the Sabbath. It is not lawful for you to carry your bed." Their words dripped with authority, an unyielding wall of tradition crashing down upon the fragile joy of a miracle. The man, still trembling with the weight of what had just happened, could only stammer. "He who made me well said to me, 'Take up your bed and walk.'" Tension crackled like static in the air, the clash of freedom against rigid tradition. The religious leaders scrutinized the man, their judgment veiled under the guise of piety. They could not see the miracle standing before them. All they could see was a broken law. A part of the man quivered beneath their gaze, but another part raged. How could they question something so magnificent, so life-giving? "What man is this who told you to carry your bed?" they demanded, their voices rising, sharp and fierce. The man, suddenly thrust into the role of defense, felt the weight of their scrutiny. He didn't know. He had merely been touched by the divine. But their relentless questioning was a force, pushing him back into the shadows he thought he had escaped. Amidst the chaos, Jesus watched from a distance, a figure of calm authority. He understood the deeper currents at play, the struggle between compassion and law, the clash of mercy against the cold stone of tradition. Soon, he would confront those very leaders, the storm building around him like thunderclouds gathering in the distance, an impending confrontation that promised to change everything. The man, still unsteady on his feet, looked around and felt the eyes of the crowd upon him. Some wanted to celebrate his newfound strength, while others could only echo the leader's disapproval. Confusion and joy, both uninvited guests, battled within him. He could hardly comprehend the whirlwind of emotions that swirled around this miracle that had become a controversy. As the leaders continued to berate him, accusing him of breaking the Sabbath, the man's heart raced. This was not just his story. This was the story of everyone who had been waiting, the sick, the broken, the outcasts. And in that moment, he realized something profound. Healing was not simply about the body. It was about freedom, about breaking chains, about defying the oppressive weight of tradition that had held so many captive for far too long. Jesus stepped closer, and the world around them faded. He spoke with the authority of one who knew the hearts of men. The Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. Each word was a hammer striking the anvil of tradition, reshaping it, forcing it to bend toward compassion and mercy. In that moment, everything shifted. The man felt a fire ignite within him, a surge of courage. He turned back to the leaders, now emboldened by a newfound voice. I was healed. I walked. And does not love overcome the law? The words were like a battle cry, a declaration of freedom against the backdrop of oppression. The crowd stirred, a wave of tension rising and falling with each heartbeat. For they knew this was more than just a dispute. It was a reckoning, a moment where the pain of the outcast met the unyielding nature of the religious order. The leaders were taken aback, momentarily silenced by this unexpected defiance. But the battle was far from over. Their eyes narrowed, plotting and scheming, for they could not allow this spark of truth to flourish. The man felt their animosity, a dark cloud of judgment looming over his newfound freedom. He was caught in a storm, the winds of change swirling around him, ready to carry him into a new chapter. But at what cost? What lay ahead was uncertain, shrouded in mystery. But one thing was clear. The man who once waited by the pool had stepped into a new reality, one where healing transcended the boundaries set by law. In that moment, the sacred and the profane collided, echoing through the ages, leaving the air electric with possibility. And as the sun climbed higher, illuminating the faces of the amazed crowd, the story was far from over. It was only just beginning. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an amber glow that danced over the hills. A crowd gathered, weary and hungry, faces lined with fatigue but glimmering with hope. They had heard whispers of a man who could perform miracles, a man who spoke with such authority that even the wind seemed to still when he taught. Among them was a boy, clutching a small basket filled with 5 loaves and 2 fish, heart pounding with excitement and fear. What could a mere handful of food do against such a great need? As the evening unfolded, the boy watched with wide eyes as the man, Jesus, took the meager offering, blesses it, and then began to break the bread. In that moment, the world felt as if it held its breath. The bread didn't just disappear, it multiplied. Each piece that Jesus handed out seemed to carry a weight of love and promise, not just of physical nourishment but of something far deeper. Jesus spoke to the crowd, his voice a soothing balm over their souls, telling them that he was the bread of life. In those words, a flicker of understanding ignited in the hearts of the people. They were not just hungry for food. They were starved for hope, for meaning, for connection. The boy, amazed, felt a swell of emotion bubble within him. He was part of something bigger than himself. The hunger in the air wasn't merely for bread. It was an ache for sustenance that filled the spirit. With every loaf that was torn apart and shared, those gathered felt pieces of their loneliness slip away, replaced by a warmth that could only come from divine love. Jesus continued, weaving tales of a promise that transcended the physical. Whoever comes to me will never go hungry, and whoever believes in me will never be thirsty. Those words struck like a lightning bolt, igniting a flicker of faith in even the most skeptical hearts. The people standing in the golden light felt an unusual bond forming, a unity born from their shared yearning for something greater. For the first time in a long while, they felt seen, understood, and loved. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows, the crowd's laughter mixed with the aroma of freshly broken bread. Every mouthful they took was not just food. It was a tangible piece of grace. The boy, in awe, began to realize that this man was not just feeding their bodies but also nourishing their very souls. He was the life-giver, the one who would fill the emptiness they all carried inside. But then the mood shifted. A group of scribes and Pharisees, faces hardened with suspicion, arrived. They stood at a distance, arms crossed, eyes narrowed. They questioned Jesus, their voices laced with skepticism. How can you say you are the bread of life? Our ancestors ate manna in the wilderness, and they still died. Jesus looked at them, compassion in his eyes, and replied, I am the true bread that comes down from heaven. Whoever eats this bread will live forever. His words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The crowd shifted uneasily. The tension crackled like electricity. The skeptics challenged, their disbelief an echo of a world that often turned away from the miraculous. Yet, among the believers, hearts raced with a longing for truth, a desire to hold onto the promise of eternal life. The boy could feel the air thicken with anticipation. With every beat of his heart, he knew the stakes had risen. This was more than just a meal. It was a clash of belief and doubt, hope and fear. The crowd teetered on a precipice, their faith being stretched like a taut string ready to snap. Would they embrace this radical truth or retreat into their familiar chains of skepticism? As night settled, Jesus took a moment to pray, lifting his eyes toward the heavens, his face glowing with an inner light. The boy felt a pull, a sense of belonging that wrapped around him like a warm cloak. It was as if the very essence of who Jesus was flowed through the air, urging everyone to lean in closer, to listen intently. In that sacred stillness, a miracle unfolded, not just in the bread, but in the hearts of the people. The whispers of faith began to rise, swirling around them like a gentle breeze. The boy watched as eyes brightened, hands reached out, and laughter burst forth, breaking the tension. Whatever doubts lingered began to drift away like autumn leaves on the wind. They were no longer just a crowd. They were a family, bound together by a shared experience of divine love. Each piece of bread passed from one hand to another was more than sustenance. It was a reminder of the hope that existed in the world, even amidst challenges. Yet, just as the joy began to swell, a shadow loomed in the background. The reality of their situation was still present. The boy's stomach growled, reminding him of the hunger that lingered. Even as hope blossomed, there remained a thirst for answers, a need for reassurance. Would this man truly be able to provide everything they sought? The flicker of doubt resurfaced, tugging at the edges of their collective faith. Jesus, sensing the unrest, rose again, his voice strong yet tender. I am the living bread that came down from heaven. If anyone eats this bread, they will live forever. With those powerful words, he extended an invitation, a challenge to step into a deeper understanding of who he was. Each listener felt the call echoing within them, a yearning to partake not just in food, but in the very essence of life itself. And as the night continued, the boy's heart swelled with a profound realization. This was not just about a physical meal, but a spiritual feast that could transform lives. He could feel the weight of his small basket, now empty, a symbol of faith's potential to grow beyond measure. The people stood entranced, caught in a moment suspended in time, where the veil between the physical and the spiritual grew thin. In that gathering, they tasted something far beyond bread. They tasted belonging, hope, and the promise of eternal sustenance. And in that promise, something remarkable began to stir. igniting flames of courage and determination in the hearts of those gathered. As the stars twinkled above, a sense of unity settled over them like a warm embrace. And even as the night wore on, the call to faith echoed in their hearts, pushing them toward a new dawn where the bread of life would continue to nourish their souls. And their journey with Jesus had only just begun. The crowd gathered restlessly on the grassy shores of the Sea of Galilee, but it was not just the gentle lapping of the waves that stirred their souls. It was a man, Jesus of Nazareth, who had captivated them with miracles that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. They had come seeking more than just the loaves and fishes that filled their bellies. They sought a truth that could fill their very beings. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting a warm golden hue over the sea, a stillness settled among the people. They had heard whispers of his teachings, tales of his power, and now they hungered for his words. The air was thick with anticipation, a blend of hope and uncertainty that echoed the flickering flames of their faith. Each person held their breath, waiting for the moment when this man, who seemed to hold the essence of life itself, would speak. "Truly, truly, I say to you," Jesus began, his voice cutting through the silence, drawing them in like moths to a flame. "You seek me, not because you saw signs, but because you ate the loaves and were filled." His eyes scanned the crowd, piercing through the facade of their desires. There was a challenge in his gaze, a bold proclamation that would echo through the ages. The murmurs began among the people, a wave of confusion washing over them. They had come for a miracle, a sign that would leave them in awe. But what they heard next felt like a cold gust of wind on a summer's day. "I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me shall not hunger, and whoever believes in me shall never thirst." Each word hung in the air, heavy with meaning, and yet oddly light, as if inviting them into a deeper understanding. Their ancient worldview clashed with this radical idea. The bread from their ancestors, the manna that had fallen from heaven, served as a tangible reminder of God's provision. Yet here stood a man claiming to be the very embodiment of that divine sustenance. Was he asking them to abandon their traditions? To turn their backs on the familiar? A chill ran through the crowd. Some stepped back, eyes wide with disbelief. Others leaned in, captivated by the challenge. Could it be true? Could this man, who walked among them, truly offer something more profound than bread? The tension grew palpable, and in that moment, a single question hung in the balance. Would they trust him? Jesus continued, his voice steady, reaching into the depths of their very souls. "Your fathers ate the manna in the wilderness, and they died. This is the bread that comes down from heaven, so that one may eat of it and not die." The stakes were raised. This was not just about physical hunger. It was about eternal life itself. The promise echoed in their hearts, a tantalizing glimpse of something far greater than mere food. But the murmurs turned into a rising tide of discontent. Is this not Jesus, the son of Joseph? How can he say, "I have come down from heaven"? The skepticism was palpable, thick like fog rolling in from the sea. Doubt simmered just beneath the surface, threatening to drown out hope. The challenge of faith was unfolding right before them, and many felt the weight of that challenge pushing down upon their shoulders. The son of a carpenter, a man they had seen grow up in their village. How could he be the answer to their most profound needs? The very notion felt like a betrayal of everything they believed. Yet, in the corners of their hearts, a flicker of curiosity remained. What if? What if he was more than he appeared? What if he truly was the way to life? "I am the living bread that came down from heaven," Jesus pressed on, his voice rising above the clamor of doubt. "If anyone eats of this bread, he will live forever." Emotions swirled in the hearts of the people. Hope, skepticism, longing. Could they accept such an audacious claim? Could they put their faith in a man who offered nothing but himself? As the tension crescendoed, the atmosphere thickened. A mother clutched her child closer, fear mingling with hope. A fisherman, calloused hands trembling, wrestled with his own beliefs. The old and the young, the learned and the simple, all stood at a crossroads. Would they take the leap? Would they choose faith over comfort, belief over doubt? Jesus' gaze seemed to penetrate their defenses, reading their hearts like a book. "And the bread that I will give for the life of the world is my flesh." Gasps erupted, some filled with horror, others with wonder. Flesh? He spoke of eating his flesh, a statement that felt utterly scandalous. The vibrant discussions that had once filled the air turned into a cacophony of shock and disbelief. "Who can accept this teaching?" some cried out, stepping backward in alarm. But others were held captive, unable to turn away. The challenge of faith loomed, a dark shadow cast over the crowd, demanding an answer. They felt the weight of their decision pressing down on them like a heavy stone. Yet, in that moment of chaos, there was a stillness in the heart of the storm. A few stood firm, eyes locked on Jesus, drawn to the possibility of something greater. They sensed that this was not merely about bread. It was about the very essence of life itself. The battle of faith was being fought not just around them, but within them. "Do you take offense at this?" he asked, and the question pierced through the noise. It was personal now. It was no longer just about bread or disbelief. It was about each individual standing there, grappling with their own heart. Would they dare to step into the uncertainty of faith, or retreat back into the safety of their known world? The air crackled with tension, the weight of the moment hanging like ripe fruit ready to drop. One by one, faces reflected a spectrum of emotions: fear, doubt, curiosity, and, perhaps, flickers of nascent faith. And just as quickly as it had begun, the discourse took a turn, a path leading deeper into the heart of belief. The words of Jesus echoed in their minds, igniting questions that would stir their souls long after this day had ended. The challenge was before them, but what would they choose? Would they cling to their doubts or hunger for the living bread that could transform their lives forever? The answer, like a delicate thread, wove through the crowd, and the story was far from over. The sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over Capernaum, a bustling town nestled on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. Children's laughter echoed as they played in the dusty streets, joy filling the air like the sweet scent of fresh bread from nearby homes. But among the joy, a storm brewed in the hearts of many. They had heard the whispers, the tales of a man named Jesus, whose words carried the weight of heaven and hell, whose miracles sparked both hope and fear. As Jesus entered the town, the crowd gathered, their curiosity igniting like kindling. They had seen him heal the sick, cast out demons, and speak with authority that sent shivers down their spines. But with each miracle, an unspoken question hung heavy in the air. What did it mean to follow him? What did it cost? He stood before them, his presence commanding yet inviting, a figure who seemed more than just a man. The air crackled with anticipation, each heart beating with the thrill of possibility and the dread of commitment. Just a few days prior, he had multiplied bread to feed thousands, and now, a crowd of eager faces looked to him with hope. But in their eyes, there flickered a shadow of doubt. "Will you follow me?" he asked, his voice steady, yet tinged with an urgency that could not be ignored. The crowd shifted, a wave of uncertainty washing over them. For some, the prospect of discipleship shone like a beacon of light. For others, it felt like a heavy chain locking them in place. A young fisherman named Simon stood at the front, his heart racing. He had felt the pull of this man's words since the first moment they met. Jesus had called him from the waters, lifting him from the mundane life of casting nets to a life that promised purpose. Yet now, the weight of the moment fell on him like a boulder. What would it mean to leave everything behind? Behind Simon, a wealthy merchant whispered to his friend, "What if he demands everything? I have built my life on these riches." The friend nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on Jesus, enchanted yet apprehensive. The tension in the air was palpable, each person wrestling with their own demons, calculating the cost of commitment. Jesus, sensing the turmoil within the hearts of the crowd, spoke again, his gaze piercing through the layers of doubt. "If anyone comes to me and does not hate father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, yes, even their own life, such a person cannot be my disciple." The words struck like lightning, and gasps erupted from the crowd. Hate, the very notion seemed blasphemous. Yet here he stood, reshaping the very fabric of their understanding. A mother clutched her child tighter. A father's face paled as he felt the weight of his responsibilities pressing down. Jesus continued, "And whoever does not carry their cross and follow me cannot be my disciple." The metaphor lingered in the air. The image of a cross, heavy and splintered, a burden no one wished to embrace. Simon's heart raced even faster. Could he truly leave his family, his home, to follow this man? The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating. Before him stood the opportunity of a lifetime, yet beyond that, a chasm of uncertainty. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, voices rising in confusion and fear. Some turned away, shaking their heads, unwilling to pay the price. Others, however, felt a flicker of hope rise within them. A woman stepped forward, tears in her eyes. "I have lost everything. If following you means finding my way back, then I will follow." Her voice trembled but rang with conviction. Yet, as she spoke, the doubt settled back in like a heavy fog. For every person who clutched to hope, there were others who clung to their comforts, their lives, unwilling to let go. They watched Jesus with a mixture of fascination and rejection, hearts torn between the familiar and the unknown. Suppose one of you wants to build a tower. Won't you first sit down and estimate the cost to see if you have enough money to complete it? His words were as sharp as a sword, cutting through the noise. For if you lay the foundation and are not able to finish it, everyone who sees it will ridicule you. The imagery was clear, and nods of understanding rippled through the crowd, but it was quickly followed by a wave of despair. The fear of failure loomed large, a specter haunting those who felt the call to discipleship. What if they were not enough? What if they could not sustain the journey? As darkness began to cloak the day, a hush fell over the crowd. Jesus, recognizing the weight of their indecision, pressed on. "In the same way, those of you who do not give up everything you have cannot be my disciples." The finality of his statement echoed through the hearts of those present, striking a chord of fear and hope intertwined. In that moment, the sea of faces blurred together, a tapestry of longing and fear. Simon felt his pulse quicken, the struggle within him reaching its peak. He craved the adventure, the thrill of following, but the shadows of doubt threatened to consume him. He looked around, seeing the faces of those who had once sought healing, now wrestling with their own commitment. Would they turn their backs when the cost became too great? And then, unexpectedly, a man broke through the crowd, desperation in his eyes. "Lord, I will follow you, but first let me say goodbye to my family." The urgency in his voice mirrored the turmoil in Simon's heart. Jesus' response was swift and cutting. "No one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God." The words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the decision facing each person. To look back was to falter, a choice that would cost them everything. Tension crackled like electricity, binding the crowd in a shared moment of clarity and fear. Each individual faced the churning storm within, caught between the magnetic pull of Jesus and the heavy chains of their current lives. The sun disappeared behind the horizon, and as darkness enveloped Capernaum, the cost of discipleship loomed larger than ever. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken promises and the haunting echoes of what lay ahead. Would they have the courage to take the leap? Would Simon find the strength to cast aside his nets and embrace the unknown? The night was still young, and the weight of their choices lingered in the air as the flickering stars began to awaken in the vast sky above. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced upon the tranquil waters of the Sea of Galilee. In the distance, the gentle lapping of waves whispered secrets to the shore. A group of men huddled together, their faces a tapestry of weathered lines and youthful hopes. Among them stood Peter, his heart racing, his spirit restless. The air crackled with anticipation, as if the very atmosphere knew something monumental was about to unfold. As they walked along the rocky paths, the world around them faded into a blur. Shadows of rugged hills loomed, and the scent of salt mingled with the earthy fragrance of the land. The disciples were feeling the weight of their journey, both physically and spiritually. Questions swirled in Peter's mind like autumn leaves caught in an invisible wind. Who was this man, Jesus, who had called them from their ordinary lives? Each miracle performed, every teaching shared, left Peter grappling with a truth that both thrilled and terrified him. They reached a secluded spot, a rocky outcrop that jutted out over the water. Here, with the moonlight beginning to steal the day, Jesus turned to them, his gaze piercing through the hearts of those gathered. It was more than a simple look. It was a challenge wrapped in a promise. Peter felt the pulse of the moment, like the drumbeat of his own heart, urging him to step forward, to voice what lay buried deep within. "Who do the people say I am?" Jesus asked, his voice calm yet commanding, echoing off the stones like a call to arms. The disciples exchanged glances, their breaths caught in their throats. Answers tumbled out, a chorus of opinions, each one adding to the mystery surrounding this extraordinary figure. "Some say John the Baptist," one said, his voice trembling with the weight of belief. "Others say Elijah, or one of the prophets returned." Each name carried its own history, its own weight, but none felt quite right to Peter. The tension thickened, the air heavy with expectation. It was as if time stood still, waiting for Peter to seize the moment. The others fell silent, their eyes darting between Jesus and Peter, sensing that something profound was about to emerge. Peter's heart pounded louder, drowning out the sound of the waves crashing below. This was a moment of reckoning, and the very essence of who he was hung in the balance. Then Jesus turned his gaze fully on Peter, and in that moment, the world around him faded into a soft blur. "But what about you?" he pressed, the question piercing straight through to Peter's soul. "Who do you say I am?" In that powerful silence, a realization washed over Peter like a tidal wave. The words burst forth, raw and unfiltered, shaking him to his core. "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God." His voice echoed against the stones, a declaration that felt both terrifying and liberating. Gasps filled the space, a ripple of astonishment cascading through the group. It was a truth that had lingered like a whisper in the shadows of Peter's heart. The moment felt electric, charged with divine energy, as if the heavens themselves were leaning down to listen. This was no mere title. It was a revelation that transcended time and space. Jesus' response was immediate, a smile breaking across his face like the dawn after a long night. "Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah," he said, his voice warm with affirmation. "For this was not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven." The words wrapped around Peter like a warm embrace, filling him with both courage and humility. But with the joy came a tremor of uncertainty. What did this revelation mean for him? For the others? Jesus continued speaking, his voice steady and clear, outlining the foundation of a new reality that would shake the world to its core. "And I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church," he declared, each word imbued with purpose and destiny. The disciples exchanged glances filled with wonder and concern. They could feel the weight of what Peter had just declared and what Jesus had just affirmed. Peter stood tall, his heart swelling with pride and fear all at once. He was just a fisherman, yet now he was being given a role in something far greater than himself. It was exhilarating and terrifying. Yet, amidst this sacred moment, a shadow loomed, whispering doubts and fears. The road ahead promised trials and tribulations, struggles that would test not just Peter's faith, but the faith of all who dared to follow. The reality of the world around them was harsh, filled with power struggles, political unrest, and the ever-present threat of violence against those who spoke truth. Jesus, sensing the turmoil swirling beneath the surface, leaned closer. "The gates of Hades will not overcome it," he said, his voice imbued with a strength that seemed to ripple through the air. The promise was profound, a lifeline thrown into an uncertain future. But for Peter, the enormity of his confession weighed heavily on his shoulders. What if he faltered? What if he misunderstood the very essence of the truth he had just declared? As they stood there, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight. The sea shimmered like liquid silver, reflecting the myriad of emotions coursing through Peter's heart. Hope and fear intertwined, creating a tension that felt almost palpable. He glanced at the faces of his companions, each one a mixture of awe and apprehension. They were bound together in this moment, connected by more than just blood or friendship, but by a shared revelation that would change everything. Jesus turned away from the water, looking toward the path that led back to their homes, to the world outside this sacred space. "From this moment on, I will show you what must happen," he said, each word carefully chosen, leaving no room for doubt. With that, Peter felt the weight of destiny press upon him like an invisible crown. As they began the journey back, the echoes of Peter's declaration lingered in the air, a melody that would reverberate for centuries. The night deepened, filled with promises and shadows, each step drawing them closer to the unfolding mystery of what it meant to follow the one they had just recognized as the Messiah. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. Peter had taken a monumental step, and the world would never be the same again. High atop a rugged mountain, the air crackled with an electric anticipation. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden rays that danced around three figures standing on a rocky summit. A hush fell over the landscape, as if the very earth held its breath, waiting for something extraordinary to unfold. It was here, in this secluded and sacred space, that a moment unlike any other would transpire, one that would alter the fabric of their world forever. Peter, James, and John, weary yet curious, looked up at their leader. They had followed him through dusty roads and crowded towns, witnessing miracles and healings that stirred their hearts and filled their souls with hope. Yet, nothing could prepare them for the sight that awaited them. As they stood on that mountain, they sensed an unseen presence, a strange mingling of the familiar and the divine. The air shimmered around them, and a sense of both fear and awe enveloped their hearts. Without warning, a radiant light burst forth from the figure of Jesus, illuminating the entire mountaintop. His clothes gleamed brighter than the sun, blinding yet captivating, transforming the ordinary into the extraordinary. The three disciples shielded their eyes, but their hearts pounded fiercely in their chests. This was not just their teacher. This was a revelation. It was a glimpse of glory that transcended their understanding. As they slowly adjusted to the blinding radiance, a powerful presence joined Jesus, Moses, and Elijah. The prophets appeared in glory, conversing with him as if they were old friends reunited after a long absence. The sight of these two towering figures from their sacred history sent shivers down their spines. Here, on this mountain, the law and the prophets stood together with the one who came to fulfill them. The gravity of the moment weighed heavily on them, and they felt the magnitude of history colliding with the present. Peter, overwhelmed by the brilliance of what he saw, stammered out words that felt inadequate and clumsy. "Rabbi, it is good for us to be here. Let us make 3 tents, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah." His voice quivered, not only from fear but from a desperate need to hold onto this moment, to anchor himself in this swirling ocean of glory. But even as he spoke, he knew he could not contain the divine. This was not a moment to be trapped within the walls of a tent. It was a moment meant to reverberate through time itself. Suddenly, a cloud enveloped them, thick and heavy, a divine fog that obscured their vision but deepened their awareness of the sacred. It was a tangible presence, a sign of God's majesty and holiness. From within the cloud, a voice echoed, rich and powerful, shaking the very core of their beings. "This is my beloved Son. Listen to him." The words rang out like thunder, each syllable a command that infused their hearts with reverence. The disciples fell to the ground, fear consuming them. They were not just witnesses. They were participants in a divine moment that left them trembling. What did it mean to listen to him? Their minds raced with questions, swirling like the fog around them. Would they be able to grasp the depth of what they had just experienced? Would they carry the weight of this revelation into a world that often felt so dark? As Jesus approached them, the brilliance began to fade. He reached out a hand, gentle yet firm, and touched them. "Get up," he said softly. "And do not be afraid." The warmth of his touch chased away their terror, wrapping them in a comforting embrace. In that instant, they understood that he was not just a prophet or a teacher. He was the embodiment of hope and light in a world shadowed by despair. As they stood, the mountain air felt different, charged with a newfound energy. They looked around, and the figures of Moses and Elijah had vanished, leaving only the three of them and Jesus. The gravity of what they had witnessed pressed heavily upon them, igniting a fire of exhilaration deep within. There was so much to unpack, so much to process. This wasn't just an encounter. It was the beginning of something monumental. "Don't tell anyone about this until the Son of Man has been raised from the dead," Jesus instructed, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. The weight of his words lingered in the air, mingling with the remnants of glory that still shimmered around them. What could they possibly say? How could they explain a moment that transcended understanding? The thought of keeping such a secret felt like a burden and a privilege at once. As they descended the mountain, a heavy silence wrapped around them. The beauty of the world below was stark against the celestial experience they had just endured. The vivid colors of the landscape seemed muted, as if the glory they had witnessed had somehow dulled the vibrancy of earthly existence. Each step felt laden with the weight of their secret, a secret that would shape their lives and faith forever. Questions raced through their minds. What did it mean for Jesus to be the Son of God? How would they reconcile this moment with the suffering and trials that lay ahead? Each disciple was lost in their thoughts, grappling with the implications of what they had seen and heard. The mountain had revealed a new layer of understanding, one that challenged their beliefs and stirred their hearts. And then, breaking the silence, they turned to Jesus. "Why do the teachers of the law say that Elijah must come first?" The question hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. They needed answers, clarity to accompany this divine revelation. But Jesus looked at them, his eyes filled with a depth of understanding. "To be sure, Elijah comes and will restore all things. But I tell you, Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him." His words echoed in the caverns of their hearts, a riddle wrapped in revelation. The tension swelled like a storm on the horizon, leaving them both unsettled and hopeful. They were stepping into a new reality, one where the line between heaven and earth blurred, and every moment held the potential for glory. As they reached the foot of the mountain, the world stretched out before them, ripe with possibility and uncertainty. They had seen a glimpse of the divine, a flash of glory that would shape their destinies. With every step, the weight of their encounter pressed upon them like a mantle, binding them to each other and to the truth they had witnessed. The mountain loomed behind them, a sacred sentinel to their transformation, and the journey ahead beckoned with both fear and wonder, promising a tapestry of faith woven with the threads of glory and sacrifice. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden glow that flickered through the leaves of ancient olive trees. Dust danced lazily in the air as the 72 followers gathered in a quiet clearing, their hearts pounding with a mix of excitement and fear. It was a moment heavy with anticipation, as the air crackled with the promise of what was to come. They had witnessed miracles, heard profound teachings, and felt the warmth of a presence that transcended the ordinary. But now, they were to be sent out, each one tasked with carrying a message that could change lives forever. Jesus stood before them, his eyes like deep pools of compassion, scanning the faces before him. They were ordinary men and women, some weathered by life, others still youthful and wide-eyed. Each carried their own burdens and dreams, but in this moment, they shared a common purpose. It was a call that echoed through the ages, a mission that would spread like wildfire across the lands. The weight of it was almost tangible, a holy charge that sent shivers down their spines. "Go," he said, his voice steady and filled with authority. "I am sending you like lambs among wolves." The words hung in the air, a blend of warning and encouragement. The juxtaposition of the tender image of lambs and the fierceness of wolves painted a vivid picture of the challenges ahead. Each heart quickened at the thought, a rush of adrenaline mixing with trepidation. Could they truly step into such a world, armed only with faith and the message of love? As they set out in pairs, The path ahead became a tapestry woven with stories of hope and hardship. They had no bags, no extra tunics, no provisions for their journey. This was a true test of faith. Whatever house you enter, first say, "Peace be to this house." Jesus had instructed them, and now they took those words to heart, repeating them under their breaths like a mantra. Each step forward was a leap into the unknown, a risk wrapped in the promise of something greater. The first village they approached was nestled between rolling hills, a quiet place where the air was thick with the smell of freshly baked bread. As they knocked on the door of a humble home, they were greeted by a woman with weary eyes, her hands stained with flour. Her children peered curiously from behind her skirts, their innocence a stark contrast to the struggles etched on their mother's face. She sensed their purpose, the urgency in their souls, and welcomed them in with a mixture of hesitation and hope. The moment they entered, the atmosphere shifted. A palpable tension filled the room, the kind that comes when unspoken fears collide with the promise of change. They spoke of peace, of healing, of joy. Words rolled off their tongues like sweet honey, bringing light to her dim world. As they shared stories of miracles and compassion, her heart began to soften. Each moment felt electric, as though the walls of her home were vibrating with newfound life. The children giggled, their laughter echoing in the corners, and for a brief moment, the weight of the world lifted. But not all encounters were infused with warmth. The next village was shrouded in suspicion. The air was thick with tension as they approached, the villagers eyeing them with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "Who are these newcomers?" they whispered among themselves. The boys at the edge of the square threw stones, their innocence masking the hostility of their surroundings. The disciples steadied their resolve, recalling Jesus' words, "If they do not welcome you, shake the dust from your feet." With hearts racing and palms sweaty, they approached the leader of the village, a man hardened by years of struggle, his face lined with the weight of disappointment. They extended the same greeting, "Peace be to this house." But the words fell flat in the thick air. Instead of receiving their message, he scoffed, his laughter ringing like a dagger. "What do you bring us, foolish travelers?" he jeered. A sudden hush fell over the crowd, and the disciples exchanged glances, anxiety flickering in their eyes. It was a moment of truth, a test of their faith and purpose. Gathering their courage, they spoke louder, sharing their experiences of love and healing. Yet, the man turned away, dismissing them with a wave. "You are not welcome here." As they walked away from that village, the sting of rejection burned in their chests. They looked at one another, their hearts heavy. How could they carry such a beautiful message into a world so full of pain and disbelief? Yet, even in the shadow of rejection, they found strength in one another. "We will not give up," one whispered, their resolve hardening like steel. The journey continued, each village offering a new chapter of joy and sorrow, acceptance and rejection. They met the blind who regained their sight, the sick who found healing, and the weary who discovered hope. Each encounter stirred something deep within them, igniting a fire that refused to be extinguished. The miracles were not merely for their eyes, but for their hearts, transforming doubt into belief. As they moved onward, the world began to shift, the ripples of their mission spreading like waves across the sea. They found themselves in bustling marketplaces, beneath the watchful gaze of those who had never known the touch of grace. With every word spoken, every hand extended, they became living testimonies of love, their very existence a testament to the power of faith. And just when they thought they could not bear the weight of it all, a spark ignited within them. Stories of transformation flowed like water from their lips, and each response they received, whether a nod of agreement or a hardened heart, only fueled the fire further. They saw the world as a canvas, waiting for the brushstrokes of freedom and hope, and they were the artists, painting with their lives. But the horizon held more than they could imagine, and as they looked back to the journey they had taken, they felt the pull of something greater, something that would challenge them even more. A deeper mission awaited, a call to return to the teacher who sent them, and they sensed that the journey was far from over. The echoes of their experience reverberated within, setting the stage for what lay ahead as they prepared to face the next chapter of their calling, the light of purpose shining ever brighter. In the flickering light of the sunset, shadows danced among the hills of Judea, where sheep grazed contentedly under the watchful eye of a shepherd. It was a scene as old as time, yet it carried a weight of emotions that stretched deep into the hearts of the people nearby. They were drawn to this man, this Jesus, who walked among them with an authority and compassion that felt almost divine. To his followers, he was not merely a teacher or a prophet. He was the very essence of guidance and love, a figure who understood their struggles, their dreams, and their fears. Every day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Jesus would gather those who hungered not just for bread, but for meaning. The crowd was a tapestry of lives woven together by their shared desperation for a brighter future. Fishermen who had cast their nets into uncertain waters, tax collectors despised by their own kin, and weary souls seeking solace from their burdens, all found comfort in his presence. His voice was as smooth as the gentle breezes that swept through the valleys, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 stories. "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened," he would say, his eyes sparkling with understanding. There was a warmth in his gaze that made even the most hardened hearts soften. In those words, there was a promise, a safety net woven from the threads of his unwavering love. Each follower felt it like a pulse echoing through their very beings, prompting them to lean in closer, to listen harder. The stories he told were rich with imagery. One day, as the sun's rays spilled golden light across the landscape, he spoke of a shepherd who would leave his 99 sheep to find the one that was lost. His followers listened intently, captivated by the idea that each person mattered, that each life was significant in the grand tapestry of existence. The thought sent shivers down their spines, igniting a flicker of hope in their hearts. Could it be that they, too, were valued just as deeply? That they were not invisible to the world that often overlooked them? As Jesus shared these tales, he wove in elements of everyday life, drawing from the familiar to create an intimate connection. He spoke of sours and seeds, of the beauty of the flowers that bloom without worry. His words painted vivid pictures that resonated within their souls, awakening a longing for something more than the mundane day-to-day existence they had known. In this sacred space, they began to envision a world filled with compassion, kindness, and a love that transcended boundaries. But it wasn't just his words that captivated them. It was the way he interacted with each person, how he took time to sit with the outcasts, the sick, and the sinners. People were drawn to him like moths to a flame, eager to bask in the warmth of his acceptance. A woman caught in the act of sin, trembling with shame, found herself at his feet. Instead of condemnation, Jesus offered her grace, saying only, "Go and sin no more." The crowd gasped, their minds racing with disbelief. Here was a man who defied the norms, who saw beyond the surface, reaching into the depths of human frailty with a gentle touch. With every passing day, the bond between Jesus and his followers grew stronger. They became more than just a group. They became a family, united by their shared experiences and the love that radiated from their leader. They traveled together, sharing laughter and tears, meals and moments of quiet reflection. In the stillness of the early morning, as the first light broke through the darkness, they would gather to listen to him speak of the kingdom of heaven, a place of peace and joy unlike anything they had ever known. Yet, dark clouds loomed on the horizon. Whispers of dissent filled the air as religious leaders grew uneasy with Jesus' growing influence. They watched with narrowed eyes, plotting and scheming, their hearts hardened by jealousy. They could not fathom the power of his love, nor the magnetic pull he had on the people. The tension was palpable, a storm brewing just out of sight. But Jesus, undeterred, continued to shine his light, knowing that the shadows would only deepen. One evening, as twilight draped the world in a soft cloak, Jesus gathered his followers for a final meal. The air was thick with unspoken feelings, a mixture of anticipation and dread. As they shared bread and wine, he took a moment to look into each of their eyes, seeing the fears and hopes reflected back. "I am the good shepherd," he said softly, his voice filled with a haunting tenderness. I lay down my life for the sheep. The words cut through the silence like a knife, sending shivers down their spines. They didn't fully understand, but they felt the weight of his promise, the sacrifice that loomed ahead. In that moment, their bond solidified, intertwining their fates in a way they could never have imagined. They were no longer just followers. They were part of a divine narrative, a story that would transcend time and place. As he broke the bread, they felt a warmth envelop them, a sense of being part of something far greater than themselves. Love poured from Jesus, filling their hearts and souls with a light that would guide them through the darkest valleys. But even as hope blossomed, the storm drew closer. The shadows lengthened, and the world outside their sacred gathering whispered of betrayal and fear. Yet, in the midst of it all, Jesus remained steadfast, a pillar of strength, reaffirming his role as their shepherd. He was the beacon guiding them through uncertainty, the voice that called them home, even as the winds howled around them. And so, the love story between the Good Shepherd and his followers unfolded, a tale of loyalty, sacrifice, and an unbreakable bond that would echo through the ages, leading them into a future none of them could yet fathom. The weight of their journey pressed upon them, but in their hearts, they carried the promise of something profound. The connection they shared with Jesus was not merely a fleeting moment. It was the beginning of an everlasting relationship that would shape the course of history itself. In the dusty streets of Bethany, a stillness hung heavy in the air, as if the very earth itself held its breath. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced upon the ground. But the warmth of the day could not break through the chill that had settled in the hearts of those who mourned. Lazarus lay in a tomb, sealed away from the world he once knew, while his sisters, Mary and Martha, wandered in a haze of grief. Each soft whisper of their surroundings only reminded them of the vibrant laughter that had once filled their home. Yet, the air crackled with whispers of hope, a flicker of light in the despair. Rumors spread like wildfire that Jesus of Nazareth was on his way. He was a healer, a miracle worker, a man whose very presence seemed to bend the rules of nature. But as they waited, time stretched endlessly. Martha's hands fidgeted with the hem of her dress, while Mary stared blankly at the ground, her heart heavy with unspoken words. Then, from the distance, a figure emerged, drawing closer with each determined step. Jesus, the one who had captured the hearts of thousands, walked with purpose. But as he approached, the weight of his arrival felt like a double-edged sword. Would he bring comfort, or would he deepen their sorrow? Hope mingled with fear, creating a potent brew of emotions that left the sisters trembling. Martha was the first to break free from her stupor, racing toward him, her feet pounding against the dusty path. "Lord," she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks like rivers of despair. "If you had been here, my brother would not have died." Words spilled from her mouth, raw and heavy. The pain of loss lingered in her heart, and she searched his eyes for reassurance. "I am the resurrection and the life," he replied, his voice steady and calm, as if it could soothe the tempest raging within her. "Whoever believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live." Martha felt a flicker of something. Was it hope? Or perhaps a flicker of disbelief? She nodded, still grappling with the enormity of his words. Her heart raced as she turned to lead him to the tomb. Each step felt as if she were walking through a fog of memories, of laughter shared, of meals around the table, of love that knew no bounds. The tomb loomed ahead, a dark mouth in the earth, and with it came the chilling reminder of finality. The stone that sealed it felt impossibly heavy, both physically and emotionally. When they reached the tomb, Mary arrived moments later, her face a mirror of anguish. She fell at Jesus' feet, the weight of her grief spilling over. "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." Her words echoed Martha's but carried a different weight, filled with faith and sorrow intertwined. Jesus' heart broke at the sight of the sisters, their spirits crushed under the weight of loss. He stepped forward, the crowd that had gathered holding its breath. As he approached the tomb, the air thickened with expectation and dread. The stone was rolled away, revealing the darkness within, the the very embodiment of death. "Take away the stone," he commanded, his voice unwavering. Martha gasped, her mind racing with panic. "But, Lord, he has been dead 4 days. There will be a stench." She fought against the command. The very idea of exposing her brother's decaying body felt unbearable. "Did I not tell you that if you believed, you would see the glory of God?" His words pierced through her fear, awakening a deep-rooted hope she thought had abandoned her. She nodded hesitantly, the spark of belief igniting something within her. With trembling hands, the mourners moved to obey. They pushed the stone aside, and the air seemed to shift, charged with an electric energy. Jesus lifted his gaze to the heavens, the weight of the moment palpable, as he prayed aloud, thanking the Father for hearing him. Every heart held its breath, caught in the moment that would change everything. Then, with a voice that commanded authority over death itself, he cried out, "Lazarus, come out!" The name echoed through the tomb, a desperate call that shattered the silence. And then, against all odds, the darkness trembled. There was a moment, a heartbeat in time, where the world stood still. And then, the shrouded figure emerged, wrapped in linen, stepping into the light. Lazarus, once lifeless, now stirred with breath and purpose. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd, a symphony of shock and awe. The sight was surreal. The man they had mourned just days ago stood before them, alive. The very essence of life poured forth from him, mingling with the gasps of astonishment. Friends and family who had come to weep now found themselves on the brink of joy, tears streaming down their faces, but this time born of wonder instead of grief. "What is this?" a voice called out, barely above a whisper. "Is it truly him?" The crowd swelled with questions and disbelief, hearts racing as they struggled to reconcile the unimaginable. "Unbind him and let him go," Jesus instructed, his voice steady, yet filled with compassion. The men rushed forward to free Lazarus from the linen that bound him, an act that felt both surreal and sacred. With each layer removed, life pulsated back into Lazarus, who blinked against the bright sunlight, confusion mingling with recognition. "Lazarus!" Mary cried, rushing forward to embrace her brother. Their reunion a powerful testament against the darkness that had threatened to consume them. The air vibrated with joy as others joined in, laughter breaking through the tears. But even as the joy erupted around them, a shadow loomed. Some in the crowd watched with different eyes filled with suspicion and fear. They understood the implications of what had just transpired. Was this miracle a threat to the fragile order of their world? As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue over the throngs of people, the air hummed with new life, a rebirth for Lazarus and for all who witnessed. Yet, beneath the joy, a sense of foreboding began to creep in. The stirring of hope had awakened something deeper, a realization of the power Jesus wielded. And in that moment, the seeds of change were sown, a tumultuous path ahead where beliefs would clash and destinies would intertwine. As joy mingled with anxiety, the story did not end but spiraled forward, weaving lives and legends into the tapestry of time, echoing through the ages as a testament to life over death. The air in Bethany was thick with anticipation, the kind that coils around the heart, tugging at emotions hidden just beneath the surface. Each footstep echoed softly on the dusty path leading to the home of Simon the leper, the sun casting long shadows that danced across the ground. It was a day like any other, yet an unspoken weight lingered in the air, heavy with the knowledge that something profound was about to unfold. Inside the modest home, a gathering of friends sat close together, their expressions a mix of warmth and worry. Jesus was among them, his presence a beacon of hope in a world that often felt dark and uncertain. The disciples, ever watchful, exchanged glances, sensing an undercurrent of tension. They could not shake off the feeling that time was drawing short, that the final act of a long and tumultuous journey was approaching, yet none dared to speak of it openly. Then, from the shadows emerged Mary, the sister of Lazarus, her heart pounding like a drum. She carried a precious alabaster jar, filled with a fragrant ointment, a treasure that had likely cost her everything. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to her, curiosity intertwined with apprehension. This was not just any ordinary visit. This was a moment laden with significance, a moment that would be etched into memory forever. As she approached Jesus, a sense of reverence enveloped the room. The pungent aroma of nard wafted through the air, filling the space with an intoxicating sweetness. Mary's hands trembled slightly as she uncapped the jar, the sound of the stopper echoing in the stillness. With deliberate grace, she poured the oil over Jesus' head, letting it cascade down his hair and beard. Time seemed to slow as the rich scent enveloped them all, a heady mix of love and sorrow, a farewell wrapped in devotion. The disciples shifted uncomfortably, their faces a tapestry of confusion and indignation. "Why this waste?" some murmured, their voices laced with judgment. This could have been sold for a fortune and given to the poor, but they failed to grasp the depth of Mary's act. In that moment, she wasn't just anointing a teacher. She was preparing her beloved for a journey none of them could yet fully comprehend. Tension crackled in the air, a palpable resistance to what was unfolding. Mary's boldness, born from a well of love and faith, stood in stark contrast to the practical minds around her. Tears welled in her eyes, not just for Jesus but for what was about to happen. A sorrowful premonition that wrapped around her like a shroud. She knew, with a clarity that pierced through the noise of disbelief, that this was a moment of finality. Jesus' response was gentle yet resolute. "Leave her alone," he said, his voice carrying the weight of authority and compassion. "She has done a beautiful thing for me." His words hung in the air, a balm to Mary's trembling heart, affirming her devotion. "The poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me." A hush swept through the room, the truth of his statement settling like a stone in their chests. But Mary didn't waver. She continued to anoint him, each drop of oil a gesture of love, a symbol of the sacred bond between them. The room filled with the fragrance of her sacrifice, a scent that would linger long after the moment had passed, haunting the memories of those present. It was as if time had come to a standstill, a precious pause in the chaos of life, infused with both ecstasy and impending despair. As the oil flowed, each strand of Jesus' hair glimmered, igniting a flicker of hope amid the growing shadows that threatened to engulf them all. Mary's hands, stained with the precious ointment, trembled not from fear, but from the sheer weight of destiny. She was cradling a moment that would echo through the ages, a testament to love that transcends mortality. The disciples watched, bewildered, as the tension morphed into something profound. They could feel it, the knowledge that they were on the precipice of history. Yet, doubt lingered in their minds, a battle between faith and fear raging silently within them. Each breath felt charged, as if the very air around them was holding its breath, waiting for what would come next. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the scent of the outside world rushed in, a stark reminder of the reality beyond those four walls. The whispers of the crowd, growing louder, seeped through the cracks, coming closer with each passing moment. The anticipation of what lay ahead gnawed at them, a bitter taste in the back of their throats. Mary, her task nearly complete, wiped her hands on her garments, the oil staining the fabric a deep golden hue. She knew in her heart that she was not just anointing a man. She was preparing for an unimaginable journey, a journey that would lead to suffering, sacrifice, and ultimately, hope. The weight of it all pressed down on her, yet she stood firm, driven by a love that could not be quenched. Jesus looked around the room, his gaze lingering on each of his disciples, searching for understanding in their eyes. What they could not see was that Mary had grasped the truth more fully than they could ever hope to. She was anointing not just for burial but for resurrection. In her act of love, she transcended the boundaries of time and space, a foreshadowing of what was to come. As night began to fall, the shadows deepened, wrapping around them like a cloak of foreboding. Outside, the murmurs of the crowd grew louder, and the world beyond the walls of Bethany felt more distant than ever. Yet within that small space, a sacred bond was reaffirmed, a love that refused to be extinguished, even in the face of the unimaginable. Mary had prepared Jesus for what lay ahead, and in doing so, prepared herself to embrace the storms that would follow. In that moment, the past and future collided, and the fragrance of nard mingled with the palpable tension of impending sacrifice. The air crackled with energy, a promise of what was to come, binding together the hearts of those present, leaving them breathless, yearning for resolution, yet knowing that the journey was far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over Jerusalem, where excitement and tension buzzed in the air. It was the season of Passover, a time when the city swelled with visitors, each person a thread in the vibrant tapestry of anticipation. Yet, on this day, something monumental was about to unfold, a moment that would ripple through time, leaving echoes in the hearts of generations. Crowds began to gather along the dusty roads leading into the city, their faces alight with fervor. Whispers wove through the throng. "He's coming," one voice would say, only to be met with gasps and shared glances. "The teacher from Nazareth." The air crackled with the energy of hope and fear, promise and uncertainty. Would he bring the deliverance they longed for? Would he vanquish their oppressors, restore their nation, and fulfill the ancient prophecies? With each step closer to the city gates, the murmur swelled into a roar. Children danced and laughed, their voices ringing like silver bells, while adults hurriedly prepared palm branches, their fingers trembling with anticipation. These simple leaves were a symbol of victory and peace, and they would soon play a vital role in a moment that transcended mere history. Among the throng, a palpable sense of wonder hung in the air, a collective breath held in eager expectation. And then, in the distance, a figure emerged. Riding on a young donkey, he approached, framed by the brilliant hues of dusk. It was Jesus, the rabbi whose teachings had ignited hearts and stirred souls. A hush fell over the crowd, a reverent pause as they strained to catch a glimpse of the one who had healed the sick, given sight to the blind, and brought hope to the downtrodden. His presence, gentle yet powerful, radiated an undeniable aura. As he drew nearer, the crowd erupted. "Hosanna!" they shouted, voices ringing through the streets like a wave of sound. "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord." The words echoed, a triumphant anthem that seemed to shake the very foundations of the city. Each shout, each cheer, was laced with a mix of joy and desperation. They waved their palm branches, a sea of green in a rush of fervor, while others threw their cloaks onto the path, a sign of honor, a makeshift carpet for the king. Yet, even as the excitement surged, a shadow lingered at the edges of this jubilant scene. Not everyone gathered in the streets was filled with joy. The religious leaders watched from a distance, their eyes narrowed with suspicion, hearts hardened by jealousy and fear. They whispered among themselves, plotting, their minds racing with the implications of this moment. Could this be the moment that would turn the tides? The one they feared, the one who claimed authority, was being hailed as king. As the donkey trod onward, Jesus' expression remained serene, yet the weight of his mission bore down on him. He was keenly aware of the hearts around him, some full of worship, others brimming with doubt. He could see the glimmer of hope in the eyes of a child, the yearning in the glance of a mother holding her sick infant, and the bitterness etched on the faces of the ruling elite. Every cheer was a reminder of the expectations that hung heavily in the air. "Blessed is the coming kingdom of our father David," the crowd cried, their voices blending into an overwhelming chorus. The very name of David stirred deep roots of longing, a reminder of a glorious past and a hope for restoration. This was their moment, a chance to reclaim their identity, their dignity. And at the center of it all was Jesus, the embodiment of their hopes and dreams, the promised Messiah. But within this celebration lay a deep irony. The donkey, a humble beast, was a poignant symbol of peace, not the mighty warhorse one would expect for a king. It was as if Jesus was saying, "I come not to conquer but to love, not to bring violence but to usher in an age of peace." The tension brewed. Excitement clashed against the reality of what was to come. As they entered the city, the enthusiasm was electric, but fear loomed like a gathering storm. The throngs surged closer, some reaching out to touch him, to grasp a piece of the miraculous. They felt it, the world was shifting. Yet, in the shadows, the authorities plotted their response, strategizing on how to quell this uprising. The very man who rode in as a king was already stirring the winds of dissent that could rip through the fabric of their control. The streets were alive with fervor, yet amid the jubilant cries, a whisper of foreboding crept in. With every shout of Hosanna, Jesus felt the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. Each palm branch waved above him was a fleeting moment of glory, but deep within him was a sense of purpose that transcended earthly victory. He knew that soon, the bright cheers would be replaced by dark shadows, and the sweet fragrance of celebration would give way to the bitter scent of betrayal. As he approached the temple, tears brimmed in his eyes. The sight before him, the temple, meant to be a house of prayer, had become a den of thieves. Anguish twisted in his heart. He was the king, yet the world around him was not ready for the kind of kingdom he offered. It was a kingdom where love conquered hate, where peace silenced strife, and where grace was freely given to all, even to those who opposed him. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the parade of hope began to shift, the jubilant cries transforming into something darker, heavier. Jesus caught the gaze of a few in the crowd who were not celebrating but contemplating, grappling with their inner turmoil. The scene was electric, charged with the promise of change, yet tainted by the specter of despair that loomed just beyond the horizon. In that moment, time held its breath. The king had arrived, but with him came the tension of what would follow, moments of triumph shadowed by looming sacrifice. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky with fiery hues, the city stood on the brink of a new era, one that would shake the very foundations of faith and challenge the hearts of all who witnessed it. The echoes of joy and fear intertwined, setting the stage for the unfolding story that was far from over. The dust of the road still lingered in the air, a testament to the journey that had only just begun. The king had arrived, yet the path was fraught with trials, and the hearts of many would soon be tested in ways they could not yet imagine. The temple stood tall, its golden dome glinting under the midday sun, a beacon of faith for countless souls. Yet, amidst its sacred walls, the air was thick with the smell of corruption. Merchants shouted, their voices mingling with the clinking of coins and the bleating of sheep. The cacophony drowned the whispers of prayer and reverence, turning the hallowed ground into a chaotic marketplace. It was a scene that stirred emotions deep within the hearts of the devout, a painful reminder that the sanctity of their faith was being overshadowed by greed. As he approached, a figure emerged from the crowd, his face set with determination. Jesus of Nazareth, a man whose presence commanded attention, walked with purpose, each step resonating with an unshakable conviction. He was more than just a rabbi. He was a revolutionary, a voice for the voiceless, and a defender of the sacred. His eyes, bright with fire, scanned the temple's interior, taking in the spectacle of commerce with a heavy heart. Anguish swirled within him as he saw people bartering and selling, turning a place of worship into a den of thieves. The scriptures burned in his mind, reminding him of the prophets who had called for righteousness. It was time for a reckoning. As he stepped through the grand entrance, he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Anger, sorrow, and an unrelenting urge to cleanse the temple of its impurities. He had come to challenge the status quo, to shake the very foundation of complacency that had taken root in the hearts of the people. With a swift motion, he turned over the tables of the money changers, coins spilling onto the stone floor like raindrops in a storm. The clamor of metal clanging against stone echoed through the temple, each sound a sharp reminder of what had been lost. The merchants, caught off guard, gasped in disbelief as their profits scattered like autumn leaves. Their faces, once filled with greed, now mirrored shock and anger. Jesus stood tall amidst the chaos, his voice rising above the tumult. "It is written," he declared, "My house shall be called a house of prayer, but you have made it a den of robbers." The crowd fell silent, a hush sweeping through the temple like the calm before a storm. The disciples stood back, hearts pounding, witnessing a scene they had never imagined. This was more than just an act of defiance. It was a powerful declaration that reverberated through time. Jesus was not merely confronting the merchants. He was challenging the very heart of a system that had lost its way. His passion ignited something in those who watched, a flicker of hope in a world that had long succumbed to corruption. Among the onlookers, a young woman clutched her child tightly, her eyes wide with both fear and admiration. She had come seeking solace, a connection to the divine, and here was a man willing to fight for what was right. Her heart raced as she sensed the shift in the atmosphere, the stirring of courage within her own soul. She could feel the weight of generations upon her, the hopes and dreams of her ancestors pushing her to believe that change was possible. As the dust settled and the merchants gathered their wits, Jesus moved with purpose, driving out the livestock that had turned the sacred space into a sordid affair. The bleating of the lambs, once a symbol of innocence, now a reminder of lost purity, echoed in her ears. She felt tears prick her eyes, the raw emotion of the moment washing over her like a wave. This was no ordinary man. He was a force of nature, and she was witnessing history. But there was more at play than just the physical act of cleansing. It was a symbolic gesture, a declaration that resonated far beyond the temple walls. Jesus was not simply reshaping the space. He was reshaping hearts and minds. In a world where faith had become transactional, he was calling for authenticity and sincerity. The temple, once a refuge for the weary, was being reclaimed as a sacred space for healing and connection. The tension hung in the air, a palpable charge that electrified the atmosphere. The authorities, lurking in the shadows, watched with narrowed eyes, their power threatened by this unexpected uprising. They whispered among themselves, plotting and scheming, their hearts filled with fear for their own positions. They had grown comfortable in their roles, but now, the very foundation of their authority was crumbling beneath them. As Jesus continued his act of defiance, the first hints of a storm gathered on the horizon. The skies darkened, mirroring the brewing conflict between righteousness and oppression. The young woman felt a chill sweep through her, a premonition of what was to come. This was not merely a moment of upheaval. It was a clash of ideals, a battle for the soul of a people yearning for liberation. With each table overturned, with each cry for justice, the crowd began to stir. There was a sense of unity among the onlookers, a collective realization that their voices mattered. Hope began to blossom in the hearts of those who had felt silenced for too long. The act of cleansing was more than just physical. It was a spiritual awakening, igniting a fire within each soul present. And as the last of the merchants fled, Jesus stood alone in the temple, a solitary figure against the backdrop of chaos. The dust settled around him, the echoes of his actions resonating deep within the hearts of those who witnessed this moment. The young woman, now emboldened, stepped forward, her heart racing with newfound purpose. She understood that this was not just about the temple. It was about reclaiming their identity, their dignity, and their faith. In that suspended moment, a realization washed over them all. This was the start of something greater. The cleansing of the temple was a prelude to a much larger story unfolding. A story that would bridge the gap between despair and hope, oppression and liberation. As they looked into the eyes of the man who had sparked this revolution, they knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges and dangers, but it was a path worth taking. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, the murmurs of the crowd swelling into a roar. Change was on the horizon, and the temple, once a place of compromise, was now alive with the promise of a powerful awakening. In the stillness of a bright morning in Judea, the air was thick with anticipation. The sun cast its golden rays upon the hills, illuminating the dusty paths that led to the city of Jerusalem. A crowd formed, filled with a mix of hope and uncertainty. Whispers of a teacher, a miracle worker, had spread like wildfire, igniting hearts and minds. Yet amongst the throng, there was another figure, a lone fig tree, its branches heavy with the promise of fruit. But on this day, the tree stood bare. Jesus approached the tree, his footsteps steady and calm. The crowd, buzzing with excitement, fell silent, sensing the weight of the moment. They had heard tales of his miracles, of the blind receiving sight and the lame walking again. But now, their eyes were fixed on him, questioning what he would do next. The tree, long known for its lush bounty, had disappointed him. Its leaves whispered in the breeze, but there was no fruit to be found. "May no one ever eat fruit from you again," he said, his voice resonating with power and authority. As he spoke those words, an unnatural hush enveloped the crowd. Shock washed over their faces. The fig tree, once vibrant with life, would now wither and fade. This was not merely an act of judgment. It was a profound lesson, and the implications hung in the air like a storm waiting to break. Days passed, and the fig tree became a haunting symbol of what it meant to have faith and to produce fruit. The disciples, puzzled but curious, walked alongside Jesus. They were learning that faith was not just about belief. It was about action, about how one lived and loved. Their hearts raced with understanding as they began to grasp the deeper meanings hidden in his words. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the landscape, Jesus turned to his followers. "Truly, I tell you, if you have faith and do not doubt, you will be able to do what has been done to the fig tree, and even more." His eyes sparkled with fervor, igniting a fire within them. The air was electric with potential, and the disciples hung onto his every word. But faith is not a simple concept. It demands sacrifice and commitment. The lessons were hard, and the weight of judgment loomed. The fig tree was not just a tree. It was a reflection of their own lives. Would they bear fruit, or would they stand empty, like the barren branches? The thought was unnerving, a tickle of fear creeping into their hearts. As they continued their journey, they encountered a blind man sitting by the roadside, his existence defined by darkness. The disciples, influenced by societal norms, hesitated. They questioned whether the man's condition was a result of his sins or those of his parents. Jesus, however, approached with compassion, his heart wide open. He knelt beside the man, touched his eyes, and spoke with gentle authority. "Receive your sight. Your faith has healed you." In an instant, the man's world exploded with color and light. Tears streamed down his face as he beheld the beauty of creation for the first time. The crowd, once skeptical, erupted in joy and wonder. They witnessed the power of faith, faith that moved mountains, healed wounds, and transformed lives. This was not just a miracle. It was a sacred alignment of heaven and earth, an invitation to believe in the impossible. Yet, as the excitement swirled around them, a sense of urgency tugged at Jesus. He knew he was walking a tightrope, and each miracle, each teaching, drew him closer to the inevitable clash with the authorities. He would confront those who were blind to the truth, who bore the weight of tradition over the spirit of the law. The tension crackled in the air, thick and suffocating, as they made their way towards the city. Jerusalem loomed ahead, a city steeped in history and expectation. It pulsed with the energy of pilgrims, merchants, and the faithful. The temple, a towering structure of stone and purpose, stood as a testament to devotion but also to hypocrisy. Jesus felt the weight of it all, a call to action. He entered the temple, and what he saw filled him with righteous anger. The marketplace was bustling with noise and chaos, a mockery of sacred space. With fervor, he overturned the tables of the money changers, scattering coins like fallen leaves. "My house will be a house of prayer, but you have made it a den of robbers." Each word exploded in the air, a clarion call that echoed through the recesses of their hearts. The crowd watched, some in horror, others with admiration. They felt a mix of fear and exhilaration, aware that they were witnessing something profound, something that could change everything. But with every action, there were consequences. The religious leaders, threatened by his challenge, began to plot against him. The shadows grew longer, and the danger more palpable. Jesus knew what lay ahead. His heart was heavy with the burden of sacrifice. Yet, amidst the turmoil, he remained resolute, teaching, healing, and guiding his disciples with love. They gathered under the fading light, sharing meals and stories, their bond deepening with each passing day. Each moment became a lesson, and the fig tree lingered as a haunting reminder of their purpose. Would they stand firm in their faith, even when faced with judgment? Would they bear fruit in a world that often felt barren? As the sun dipped below the horizon, a sense of urgency hung in the air. The time was drawing near. The fig tree was a symbol of their journey, a mirror reflecting their own struggles, hopes, and fears. And as they prepared for the days ahead, the lessons of faith and judgment intertwined, weaving a tapestry of love and sacrifice that would echo through the ages, leaving them forever changed. The path ahead was fraught with trials, but within their hearts, the seeds of faith had begun to take root, ready to bloom in ways they could scarcely imagine. The sun hung high over Jerusalem, casting long shadows across the bustling streets where merchants shouted their wares and children played in the dust. Amidst the noise, a palpable tension crackled in the air like a storm on the horizon. Jesus walked calmly through the throng, his eyes reflecting a wisdom that seemed to transcend time. Yet, there was no peace in the hearts of the religious leaders who watched him from the shadows, their brows knitted in discontent. They were the keepers of tradition, the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the scribes, guardians of the sacred texts that had shaped their society for centuries. Each scroll, each word, was woven into the very fabric of their identity. Yet here was Jesus, a carpenter's son, challenging the very authority of their cherished scriptures. How dare he? The thought sent shivers down their spines. As he taught in the temple, captivated crowds hung onto his every word. Jesus spoke of love and mercy, of a kingdom that welcomed the outcast and uplifted the downtrodden. But to the religious leaders, his interpretations felt like a tempest threatening to uproot their carefully cultivated gardens of power and respect. They could not ignore him any longer. "Tread carefully," one elder whispered to another, the weight of tradition heavy on his shoulders. "He twists the words of the prophets, and the people follow him like sheep." Fear mingled with indignation in their voices as they plotted to confront him, determined to maintain their grip on the people's hearts. Then came the day of reckoning. Surrounded by a crowd that hungered for truth, Jesus embraced the moment. "You have heard it said," he began, his voice steady and strong, "but I say to you," each declaration was a thunderclap, shaking the very foundations of their beliefs. The crowd erupted in murmurs, some nodding in agreement, others furrowing their brows in confusion. The leaders, slick in their robes and sharp in their minds, seized the opportunity. They pushed through the assembly, their hearts racing with a mixture of anger and desperation. "Teacher," one of them called out, trying to ensnare Jesus in a web of his own words. "Which commandment is the greatest in the law?" A hush fell over the crowd. The question, simple yet profound, was a trap. Jesus could not answer without offending the very laws they held sacred. But he smiled, as though he had already seen through their ruse. "You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind. This is the great and first commandment. And a second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself." The air vibrated with a tension that felt suffocating yet electric. The leaders stood frozen, their mouths agape. Jesus had lifted the veil on their hypocrisy, showing that the very heart of the law was love, a concept they had twisted to fortify their power. Frustration boiled within them. "By what authority are you doing these things?" another leader demanded, his voice a sharp edge slicing through the silence. "Who gave you this authority?" Jesus paused, his gaze piercing through the assembled crowd, capturing their hopes, their fears, their yearning for something more. "I will ask you one question. If you answer me, then I will tell you by what authority I do these things." The baptism of John. From where did it come? From heaven or from man? A collective gasp escaped the crowd. The leaders huddled together, their minds racing. If they said, "from heaven," they knew they would face the wrath of the people who had flocked to John. But if they said, "from man," they feared the backlash from the very masses they sought to control. The silence stretched unbearably, like a taut string ready to snap. Finally, they responded, "We do not know." Jesus' eyes sparkled with a mixture of pity and triumph. "Neither will I tell you by what authority I do these things." The tension between them was thick enough to cut with a knife, and the crowd buzzed with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The leaders, once so confident, now stumbled under the weight of their own schemes. The scene shifted as Jesus turned again to the crowd, speaking in parables that wrapped around the heart like a gentle embrace, yet pierced through with undeniable truth. He told a story of a vineyard owner who sent his son to collect the harvest, only to be met with treachery by the tenants. "What will the owner do to those tenants?" he asked, his voice rising with passion. "He will put those wretches to a miserable death and let out the vineyard to other tenants who will give him the fruits in their seasons." Each word was a dagger aimed at the hearts of the leaders, the truth undeniable yet painfully disquieting. They understood he spoke of them. The crowd felt the weight of the moment, the air thick with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Yet the leaders could not let it go. They gathered their resolve, eyes narrowed in determination. They would find a way to silence him, to reclaim their authority. They pored over the scriptures, seeking justifications for their actions, desperate to uphold their position while battling the rising tide of doubt and fear within. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the city. In the shadows, the leaders whispered, their hearts racing. The challenge was not just about scripture anymore. It was about their very existence. As Jesus continued to teach, oblivious to the brewing storm, the religious leaders felt the ground shake beneath their feet, a world of power and influence crumbling. The authority of Scripture was being challenged before their eyes, and the realization clawed at their insides. A truth they could no longer ignore. The tension held them captive, their thoughts racing as they began to plot a much darker course, one that would lead them to the ultimate confrontation. But the thrill of the moment surged in the air, tinged with the hope of the people. The hope that something new, something vibrant might rise from the ashes of tradition. The stage was set, emotions raw and electric, a grand narrative unfolding where the fate of faith hung in the balance, and the question remained. Could love truly conquer all, even in the face of a relentless pursuit of authority? The room was filled with the flickering glow of oil lamps, casting long shadows that danced against the rough stone walls. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of freshly baked bread and the sharp tang of wine. It was a gathering that would be spoken of for centuries, the last celebration shared by a group of friends, bound not only by their shared moments but also by an unbreakable purpose. Seated around a low table, the disciples were a mix of emotions: curiosity, joy, anxiety swirling like the smoke from the lamps. They had shared countless meals, laughed together, and faced the challenges of the world outside. But this night, there was an unspoken weight in the air, a tension that hinted at something monumental about to unfold. Jesus, their teacher and friend, had called them together for a final feast. His presence commanded the room. Even the most reckless among them felt the gravity of the moment. As he poured wine into a cup, the rich crimson liquid glimmered, reminiscent of spilled blood yet to come. He looked around the table, his gaze stopping at each face, cherishing the moments they had shared, and preparing his heart for the sorrow that lay ahead. "Take this," he said, lifting the bread. The words fell from his lips like a benediction. "This is my body, given for you." He broke the bread, and in that simple act, an electric hush fell over the room. Each disciple felt a surge of confusion and awe. It was not merely bread. It was a promise, a pact that transcended time. Judas, hovering on the fringes of the group, felt a chill run down his spine. Doubt crept into his mind, but it was overshadowed by the weight of betrayal he carried in his heart. He looked at the bread, and for a fleeting moment, the thought of redemption flickered before him like a candle's flame, but it was snuffed out by the darkness of his choices. Jesus turned to him, eyes piercing yet filled with compassion. "What you are about to do quickly." Those words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. The other disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unaware of the storm brewing within their midst. As the bread was passed, hands trembled. Each disciple took a piece, their hearts pounding in unison. The act felt monumental, a joining of lives and destinies, a moment anchored in love yet marred by impending loss. It was in this sharing that Jesus introduced communion, his body intertwined with theirs, a sacred union that would echo through generations. Then the cup was raised, filled to the brim with the finest wine. "This is my blood of the covenant," he declared, poured out for many. The atmosphere thickened, almost palpable. The disciples felt the weight of history pressing down upon them. It was a new beginning wrapped in the sorrow of endings. They were not merely partaking in a meal. They were stepping into a divine mystery that transcended their understanding. Peter, ever the impetuous one, could barely contain his emotions. "Lord, I will never forsake you," he declared, his voice a mix of bravado and desperation. But Jesus looked at him with a knowing gaze, one that seemed to pierce through the bravado to the very soul beneath. "Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. The others exchanged uneasy glances. Peter's boldness had always been a source of both strength and folly, but the weight of the moment was upon them all. Jesus had offered them the bread and the wine, not just as sustenance, but as a call to something greater, a life of servanthood, love, and sacrifice. In that moment, he rose from the table, the flickering flames reflecting in his eyes. He took a towel, wrapped it around his waist, and poured water into a basin. The disciples gasped, confusion swirling again. Here was their master, the one they followed with unwavering loyalty, now assuming the role of a servant. One by one, he knelt before them, washing their feet in an act of humility that left them speechless. This was not the leadership they had expected. It was radical, profound. He looked up at them, each face filled with a mixture of shame and understanding. "If I, your Lord and teacher, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet." The words hung in the air, a challenge that would resonate for ages. In that act, he transformed the meaning of greatness, turning it upside down. It was not power that defined their purpose but love and service. The disciples felt the reality of his message sinking in, a ripple of understanding washing over them, igniting a fire in their hearts. But even in this moment of sacred connection, the shadow of betrayal loomed. Judas's heart raced wildly as he realized the extent of his own choices. He could feel the eyes of Jesus upon him, searching, pleading. Yet, darkness had already rooted itself in his soul, and he could see no way back. As the feet washing concluded, Jesus returned to the table, and the tension crackled in the air like an impending storm. He spoke of love, of laying down one's life for friends, each word laden with the weight of his own fate. The disciples listened, their hearts aching, understanding the depth of what was being asked of them. There was a camaraderie forged in this moment, a bond that would not easily be broken. They were on the brink of a world forever changed, yet each was encased in their own turmoil. The Last Supper was no mere meal. It was a profound initiation into a new covenant, a divine promise etched in bread and wine, sealed with the love of a servant king. As the night deepened, so did the emotions swirling around the table. Grief, fear, and a flickering hope. The room felt alive with a tension that was both exhilarating and terrifying. All the while, Jesus remained a beacon of calm, his eyes reflecting a love so deep it could heal every wound. Even as the shadows of betrayal began to close in around them, the clock ticked forward, and outside, the world continued to turn, oblivious to the sacred drama unfolding within those 4 walls. Yet, something monumental was taking place, a cosmic shift that would ripple through eternity. The disciples were being called to a higher purpose, one that would test their hearts and challenge their faith. And as they took their last bites, raised their cups in a toast to friendship and loyalty, little did they know that they were on the cusp of a journey that would forever alter the course of human history. The night was still young, but the echoes of their decisions would haunt them for a lifetime. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the walls, dancing like anxious spirits in the small, humble space. The air was thick with anticipation as the disciples gathered, each heart heavy with uncertainty. They could feel it, the weight of the moment pressing down on them, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. Something profound was about to happen, something that would change everything they thought they knew. Jesus stood before them, his face a blend of sorrow and fierce hope. He sensed their fear, their doubts wrapping around them like a suffocating shroud. Would they understand? Could they grasp the enormity of his words? As he began to speak, his voice was steady yet tender, a balm for their anxious souls. "Let not your hearts be troubled," he said softly, and it was as if the very air knew to hush itself in reverence. For a moment, the disciples collectively exhaled, relief washing over them like a gentle wave. This was not just any farewell. It was a promise. It was a thread woven through time, a bridge from despair to hope. They listened intently as he spoke of a place beyond their wildest dreams, a home prepared just for them. "In my Father's house are many rooms," he continued, painting a vision of a divine sanctuary where sorrow would be no more. Thomas, ever the skeptic, furrowed his brow. "Lord, we do not know where you are going. How can we know the way?" His question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of uncertainty. It was the question that echoed in the hearts of many. How do you follow someone when the path is shrouded in mystery? Jesus looked at him, love radiating from his gaze. "I am the way, the truth, and the life." Those words, simple yet powerful, ignited something within them. The truth, the very essence of their journey, was standing before them, inviting them to step into the unknown with unwavering faith. Goosebumps prickled along their arms as they felt the intensity of his promise. He spoke of the Holy Spirit, the Comforter who would come after him. This was not just an abstract idea or a distant figure. This was the embodiment of love, the presence that would guide them when they felt lost. He could see their fear, their worry about being left alone, and he promised they would never truly be abandoned. "I will not leave you as orphans. I will come to you." Each word was a thread stitching their broken hearts back together, mending the frayed edges of their hope. As he continued, the atmosphere shifted. The weight of anguish began to lift, replaced by a flickering flame of courage. Jesus shared the promise of greater things to come, a legacy of love and miracles that would ripple through generations. "You will do even greater works than these," he declared, his voice rising with conviction. The disciples exchanged glances, disbelief and awe swirling in their expressions. Could it be true? Could they really carry on his work? The room pulsed with energy, a blend of fear and excitement, as he spoke of the unity they would share. "If you love me, keep my commands," he urged, and the very air seemed to vibrate with the weight of his call. They were not just followers. They were to be vessels of love, grace, and power. This was not merely about belief. It was an invitation to action, to embody the spirit of love among the broken and the lost. His words flowed like a river, washing over them. He painted images of love that transcended borders, breaking down walls of division. "By this, everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you love one another." The challenge hung in the air, a call to arms against the tide of hatred and fear that often consumed the world. Would they rise to meet it? Could they truly embody that love, even when it felt impossible? As he spoke, the anticipation mounted, and the tension swelled within them. Each moment felt seared into their minds, a memory they would clutch tightly in the dark days to come. They could feel the tremors of the world outside, a world filled with chaos and uncertainty. But in that room, hope began to blossom. "Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you," he said, and the statement struck a chord deep within. That peace was not the absence of conflict, but a profound stillness that would anchor them amidst life's storms. It was a promise of reassurance, a light that would guide them through the darkest valleys. Tears glistened in the eyes of some as they felt the weight of his words. But then the moment shifted again. The reality of the impending separation loomed large. His time with them was drawing to a close. Each glance exchanged, each unspoken fear, was a testament to the bond they shared. They were not just a group of followers. They were a family, forged in faith and love. The tension crackled in the air as he urged them to remain steadfast, rooted in love, anchored in faith, even as the storm approached. It was a call to resilience, to remember that they were part of something far greater than themselves. "You will grieve, but your grief will turn to joy," he promised, and the truth in those words sent shivers down their spines. He wrapped them in a sense of belonging, a promise that transcended time and space. "I am with you always, to the very end of the age." Each disciple felt as though they were the only one in the room, the weight of his gaze holding them captive. No longer would they walk alone. They would carry his spirit with them, a treasure that would illuminate their path. As the conversation flowed, the shadows deepened, and the night pressed in around them. Yet within those sacred walls, the light of hope flickered defiantly against the darkness. They were standing on the precipice of a new beginning, a promise that would echo through centuries to come. The words hung heavy in the air, a thread that would connect their past with an uncharted future. And as the candle flickered, casting its warm glow, the promise of comfort wrapped around them like a cloak on a chilly night. It was not just a farewell. It was an invitation to something far more profound, an unbreakable bond that would endure through trials and tribulations, through joy and sorrow. In that moment, hearts were ignited, spirits lifted, and the presence of something holy enveloped them. They were ready to face the dawn of a new day, even if the path remained hidden. They would carry forth the promise of love, holding fast to the truth that would guide them through the darkest nights. And as the words faded into the stillness of the evening, they felt the weight of the world shift, a new chapter awaiting just beyond the horizon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the village of Cana, where the air was thick with the sweetness of ripening grapes. Laughter echoed through the narrow streets, mingling with the distant sounds of clinking pottery and the gentle rustle of olive leaves swaying in the breeze. But in the midst of this idyllic scene, a deeper story was waiting to unfold, an ancient promise whispered through ages, echoing the heartbeat of all creation. As the villagers went about their daily lives, a figure stood beneath a sprawling vine, its branches heavy with fruit. This was no ordinary vine. It stretched wide and high, its roots anchored in the rich soil of generations. The vine had been tended by countless hands over the years, each one nurturing it, pointing to a truth that transcended time. It was here, in this simple moment, that a profound mystery began to unfurl, a connection that linked every heart, every soul to something far greater. In the quiet of the moment, a voice spoke. It was gentle yet commanding, drawing everyone's attention as if the very air had thickened with expectation. "I am the true vine," the voice declared, resonating with both power and tenderness. The words hung in the air, sending shivers down spines as the villagers felt an inexplicable pull toward this declaration. It was a call to something more, a beckoning to unite with a purpose that was as old as time itself. The speaker, a man who walked the dusty roads and shared meals with fishermen and farmers, had come to impart a wisdom that would transform their lives. "You are the branches," he continued, his eyes scanning the crowd with an intensity that could pierce through darkness. "If you abide in me, and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing." The promise wrapped around their hearts like a warm embrace, igniting a flicker of hope in the depths of their souls. As he spoke, the vine above seemed to shimmer with life, each leaf a testament to the connection that bound them all. The villagers felt their own lives mirrored in this imagery, their struggles, their joys, their longings for purpose and belonging. They were branches reaching out, yearning for nourishment, for sustenance that could only come from the vine. Each word rolled off his tongue like honey, rich and sweet, bringing tears of recognition to their eyes. Among the listeners was a young woman named Miriam. She stood at the edge, her heart heavy with uncertainty. Like many, she had faced the trials of life, the loss of loved ones, the weight of unmet dreams. Yet, as the man spoke, she felt an awakening within her, a flicker of light that pierced through her shadows. "What if I could truly abide?" she whispered to herself, the question lingering like the soft scent of blooming jasmine. Just then, a storm brewed on the horizon, dark clouds swirling ominously above. The wind picked up, sending tremors through the crowd. Fear gripped their hearts, but the man remained unshaken. "Even in the storm, I am here. Abide in me, and I will abide in you," he urged, his voice a steady anchor amidst the chaos. The intensity of the moment swelled, like the tension before a storm breaks, drawing them closer together, united in their vulnerability. The first drops of rain fell, mingling with the sweat of labor and the warmth of tears. Miriam closed her eyes, feeling the heaviness of her heart lift, as if the storm had unleashed a torrent of freedom. The vine above seemed to respond, its leaves glistening, quenching the thirst that had long gone unfulfilled. With every passing moment, she sensed the truth of his words. Her life could bear fruit beyond her wildest imagination if she would only stay connected to the source. Around her, others felt it too. The elderly man with calloused hands who had toiled under the sun, his spirit rekindled with each promise spoken. The young boy who had lost his father, finding hope in the notion that he was not alone. The widow who had buried her dreams, now daring to imagine a future intertwined with the vine. Each life, each story, woven together, a tapestry of faith and resilience. As the rain poured down, laughter erupted in the village, merging with the cries of joy and sorrow. The storm had become a cleansing, a renewal that washed away the old while nurturing the new. The man stood firm, a beacon of light, his eyes sparkling with compassion. "If you keep my commands, you will abide in my love," he said, his voice rising above the storm, urging them to believe, to step into the promise offered. Miriam felt a rush of courage welling up within her, and she stepped forward. "Teach me how to abide," she called out, her voice ringing with conviction. The crowd turned toward her, their eyes wide with anticipation. A moment of silence stretched, heavy with the weight of her plea. The man met her gaze, a soft smile breaking across his face. "You've taken the first step. Abiding is not a mere act. It is a way of being. It is trusting, it is surrendering, and it is loving." The atmosphere crackled with energy, as if the very essence of the universe conspired to support their collective awakening. In that instant, every heart began to beat in rhythm with a promise that transcended time, an invitation to be part of something greater, to share in the divine connection that flowed like sap through the vine. As the rain continued to pour, the villagers danced in its embrace, their spirits lifted, united in a moment of profound understanding. One by one, they stepped forward to share their own stories, of loss, of longing, of love. And as they did, the vine flourished above them, a testament to the beauty of being intertwined in community, in faith, in life itself. The man watched with joy, knowing that this was only the beginning. The vine was alive, stretching and reaching toward the heavens, a symbol of hope and promise. The connection would not end here. It was a gateway to a deeper truth, one that would lead them through trials and triumphs, through storms and sunlight. And as the floodgates of heaven opened wide, the villagers stood together, branches united to the vine, ready to bear fruit that would nourish not just themselves but generations to come. The echoes of their laughter, their stories, intertwined with the life-giving sap of the vine, mingling with the raindrops that fell like blessings from above. The connection was real, vibrant, and alive, a tapestry woven through time, yet anchored in the present moment. Yet the story was not finished. Just as the rain began to ease, a new day loomed on the horizon, with challenges and revelations yet to unfold. The foundation was laid, but the journey of abiding had just begun, echoing the promise that together, they could face whatever lay ahead, forever intertwined in the grace of the vine. The air crackled with anticipation, a tension so thick it felt almost tangible. In a room filled with battered walls and flickering oil lamps, a group of weary souls gathered, their eyes wide and hopeful. The shadows danced around them, mirroring their flickering thoughts of uncertainty and longing. Just days earlier, they had witnessed something extraordinary. Their teacher, their friend, Jesus, had returned from the dead, but now, he was leaving them once more. The weight of his absence pressed heavily on their hearts. Would they be alone again? In this room, laden with the scent of dust and desperation, The promise of the Holy Spirit hung in the air like a whispered secret, waiting to ignite their spirits. The disciples sat together, their minds racing, replaying the last moments they had shared with Jesus. "I will not leave you as orphans," he had said, his voice warm and reassuring. "I will send you an advocate." What could that mean? As they exchanged glances, they could feel the tremors of unspoken fears ripple through the group. Each one of them had tasted the bitter fruit of loss. Their hearts were heavy with memories of the Last Supper, the agony of the Garden of Gethsemane, and the deafening silence that followed the crucifixion. Yet here they were on the cusp of something new. They sensed it, an invisible thread weaving through their collective hope. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushed through the open window, stirring the dust and sending chills down their spines. It was as if the very air had come alive, whispering promises of new beginnings. They exchanged puzzled looks, confusion mingled with a flicker of hope. Could this be the moment they had been waiting for? In that very instant, a surge of energy filled the room. A light unlike any they had ever seen filled the space, bright and unwavering. It was blinding yet gentle, engulfing them in warmth. They could feel their hearts racing, pounding with a rhythm that echoed the promise of the Advocate. Was this the Holy Spirit come to dwell among them? Would he guide them through the turbulent waters ahead? Then, in a cacophony of voices, the air erupted with languages they had never spoken. It was the Spirit pouring out into the hearts of the frightened group, each word a lifeline, each phrase a promise of empowerment. No longer were they the timid followers who had once hidden in fear. They were transformed, emboldened, ignited with a purpose greater than themselves. The Spirit wrapped around them like a cloak, shielding them from doubt and despair. They leaped to their feet, fueled by an unquenchable fire. Peter, whose heart had once been burdened with shame, took a deep breath, and the words flowed like a rushing river. He spoke with authority, proclaiming the wonders of God, his voice rising above the din as he shared the messages of hope and redemption. The crowd outside, drawn by the commotion, stopped in their tracks, bewildered yet captivated. They had heard of the mighty works of this man Jesus, and now, here were his followers, emboldened by a power that transcended their own frail humanity. The people listened, hearts pounding, as stories poured forth. Stories of healing, of love, of a kingdom that was coming to restore all that had been broken. The Spirit was not just an advocate. He was a revolutionary force, ready to ignite a movement that would change the course of history. They could feel it in their bones, the truth that coursed through the streets like wildfire. Children, the elderly, skeptics, and seekers were all drawn in, the energy electric and palpable. The streets of Jerusalem would never be the same again. As Peter spoke, he saw in their eyes a glimmer of hope that mirrored his own, a hope that had been born anew. The Holy Spirit's promise had taken root, sprouting in the hearts of those who had once been lost. Yet, amid the exhilaration, there lingered a hint of fear, the kind that gnaws at the edges of hope. What would come next? The disciples knew that a world filled with darkness would not easily yield to the light they now carried. They could almost hear the echo of the warnings Jesus had shared, how they would face trials and tribulations. The storms of doubt, persecution, and despair loomed on the horizon, threatening to extinguish the flame that had just been ignited. But the Spirit, their divine advocate, was not merely a promise of comfort. He was a force that would embolden them to stand firm. He would remind them of every word Jesus had spoken, every miracle he had performed. And in that moment of vulnerability, a quiet confidence began to take root within them. They were not alone. The Spirit would guide their every step, filling their mouths with words they didn't even know they had, giving them the courage to confront the world. As the crowd pressed in closer, the disciples felt a bond forming among them, forged in the fires of shared experience and the Spirit's power. They were more than just followers of Jesus. They were a family, united in purpose, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The promise of the Holy Spirit had transformed their fear into fierce determination. With every heart that stirred in response to Peter's words, they could feel the Spirit binding them together, a tapestry of faith woven in real time. The room where they had gathered was no longer just a small space filled with anxiety and doubt. It had transformed into a launchpad for an unstoppable movement. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows over the streets, they could feel a surge of energy pushing them forward, compelling them into the unknown. What awaited them on this new path? Would their faith withstand the tests that lay ahead? The air buzzed with excitement, uncertainty, and the unmistakable touch of the divine. It was only the beginning of a story that would ripple through time, a story filled with heartache and joy, struggle and victory. The promise was alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of the Spirit, urging them onward into the great adventure that had only just begun. The air was thick with anticipation, each breath a whisper of the impending climax. The flickering oil lamps cast dancing shadows across the faces of the disciples, their eyes wide with confusion and unease. It was the night of the Passover, a night that had echoed through generations, steeped in tradition and sacrifice. But this night, something extraordinary was about to unfold, something that would ripple through the ages. Jesus stood among them, a figure of calm in a storm of emotions. He sensed the weight of their uncertainty, the looming dread of what was to come. His heart swelled with love and compassion, and in that moment, he turned his gaze toward heaven, ready to bridge the gap between humanity and the divine. "Father," he began, his voice steady yet filled with an otherworldly power, "the hour has come." With those words, the world seemed to pause. The disciples held their breath, caught in the gravity of the moment. Jesus was not merely praying. He was interceding, not just for himself but for them and for every believer who would ever come to faith. As he lifted his hands, the very fabric of heaven seemed to quiver in response. "Glorify your Son," he continued, "that your Son may glorify you." Each word was a thread of connection, woven into the tapestry of existence, threading through time and space. The beauty of this moment lay in its profound simplicity and complexity. It was a prayer not just for glory, but for unity, purpose, and understanding. He was asking for divine strength to carry out his mission, to share the love of the Father with the world. His voice rose, filled with a fervor that was contagious. He spoke of eternal life, not as a mere concept, but as an intimate relationship with God, a promise that shimmered like gold in the darkness. "This is eternal life," he proclaimed, "that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ whom you have sent." As the words echoed in the quiet room, the disciples felt something shift inside them, a stirring in their souls, a flicker of hope that would soon be ignited into a blazing fire. But Jesus knew the trials that lay ahead. He sensed their fears, their doubts, the heartache that would shadow their spirits. He prayed that they might be protected from the evil that lurked, ready to pounce on their weaknesses. "I do not ask that you take them out of the world, but that you keep them from the evil one," he urged. The weight of his prayer hung in the air like an unbroken promise, a shield against the storm brewing on the horizon. As he prayed, a sense of urgency enveloped the room. The disciples listened intently, their hearts racing. They were about to embark on a journey of their own, filled with uncertainty and trials. But in this moment, they were enveloped in a cocoon of love and divine protection. Jesus was not only interceding for them, he was affirming their purpose in the grand narrative of salvation. "As you sent me into the world, so I have sent them into the world," he declared with conviction. The tears began to flow silently among the group. They were not just tears of fear, but of recognition of the mission that lay ahead, the mission to carry the message of love and grace to a world in desperate need. Jesus was empowering them, igniting a spark that would one day become a wildfire of faith, reaching far beyond the borders of their small circle. In that sacred moment, Jesus shifted his prayer focus to all believers. He spoke of unity, a heartfelt plea that they may all be one. "Just as you, Father, are in me, and I in you, that they also may be in us." His voice trembled with passion. This was not merely a desire for harmony. It was an invitation into the very essence of the divine relationship, a call to be part of something magnificent and eternal. The implications were staggering. He was revealing a truth that would transcend time, that the followers of Christ would be woven into the divine narrative, each thread vital to the tapestry of faith. The disciples felt a surge of purpose, a sense of belonging that filled the gaps of their insecurities. They were not alone. They were part of a larger plan, one orchestrated by the Creator himself. As Jesus continued, he prayed for those who would believe through their message. Each name, each face flashed before him, countless generations yet unborn, souls yearning for hope. The weight of this responsibility was immense. Father, I desire that they also, whom you have given me, may be with me where I am, to see my glory, he implored. His voice cracked with emotion, a vulnerability that revealed the depth of his love for humanity. In that moment, time seemed to bend. The disciples could almost feel the warmth of Jesus' aching heart, the desire for connection that transcended mere words. As he poured out his soul in prayer, the essence of his being shone bright, an unwavering beacon in the darkness. But the shadows were creeping closer. The air thickened with tension, anticipation crackling like electricity. Jesus sensed the storm clouds gathering outside. His time was short, and the weight of everything he had done, everything that was to come, pressed heavily upon him. Each prayer was a lifeline, a thread of hope cast into the chaos waiting to engulf him. Righteous Father, he whispered, even though the world does not know you, I know you, and these know that you have sent me. As he uttered those words, a wave of peace washed over the room, mingling with the bittersweet recognition that their lives would never be the same. They were stepping into the unknown, armed with the promise of his presence and the power of his love. The disciples felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration, their hearts pounding in sync with the cadence of Jesus' prayer. With every word, he was forging a bond that would withstand the test of time. For in this moment of intercession, Jesus was not just praying. He was setting the stage for an extraordinary unfolding of faith, of hope, of salvation that would echo through the centuries. As the prayer drew toward its climax, the tension simmered, a fine line drawn between the sacred and the impending turmoil. Outside, the world was oblivious, unaware of the cosmic battle that was about to take shape. But inside that room, hearts were intertwined, souls were ignited, and the atmosphere vibrated with the raw power of a prayer that transcended time. This was not merely a moment in history. It was a turning point, the kind that would alter the course of human destiny. And as Jesus concluded his prayer, an echo of finality hung in the air, a promise that would resonate long after the last word was spoken. The disciples clung to this moment, a thread of hope stretched taut against the darkness approaching. The soft murmur of their Lord's voice faded, but the impact of his intercession lingered, pulsing with life, as the night deepened and the shadows grew longer. Little did they know that this was just the beginning. The real story was waiting just beyond the threshold, ready to engulf them in ways they could hardly imagine. A testament to the power of love, sacrifice, and an eternal connection that would forever change the world. Moonlight bathed the olive trees in silvery light, casting long shadows on the ground. The garden was hushed, save for the distant sound of Jerusalem winding down for the night. A heavy tension hung in the air, thick enough to cut. In this sacred place, where prayers had spilled forth and deep conversations had unfolded, a dark storm was brewing. The disciples, weary and bewildered, lay nestled among the ancient roots, their dreams swirling into restless sleep. They had no idea of the betrayal that lurked just beyond the garden's edge. As the night deepened, the silence shattered. The sound of approaching footsteps, many footsteps, echoed ominously through the stillness. Flickering torches illuminated the figures of soldiers, their armor clinking as they moved with grim purpose. Judas Iscariot, cloaked in shadow and deceit, led them with a resolve that felt almost palpable. His heart raced, but it was not from fear. It was the thrill of betrayal that coursed through his veins. The weight of the impending moment bore down on him, pressing like a stone in his chest. He had made his choice, a choice that would echo through history, leaving behind a stain of remorse and unimaginable consequences. The 30 pieces of silver glinted in his pocket, a cold reminder of the price he had paid for treachery. "Rabbi," he whispered, his voice barely breaking the tension. As he stepped into the light where Jesus prayed, the sound of the name felt like a dagger aimed at his own heart. Jesus looked up, his eyes filled with warmth and unwavering love, as if he could see right into Judas's soul, unraveling the tangled web of doubts and fears. The moment hung suspended, and time seemed to slow. The disciples, now awakened, stirred in confusion. There was a palpable fear in the air, and they instinctively drew closer to Jesus, seeking safety in his presence. But the safety was an illusion, for destiny had already set its course. "Whom do you seek?" Jesus asked, his voice steady, resonating with a calm that seemed to defy the chaos swirling around them. The soldiers halted, their leader stepping forward, an almost mocking confidence in his stance. "Jesus of Nazareth," he replied, the name rolling off his tongue like an accusation. "I am he," Jesus responded, and with those 3 words, the ground trembled with the weight of prophecy. The air crackled with tension as the soldiers drew closer, torches flickering like the hearts of the disciples who now watched in horror. Suddenly, Judas stepped forward. With a kiss, he sealed the fate of the man he had called teacher, friend, and savior. The kiss was both a gesture of affection and a blatant act of betrayal, sending shockwaves through the air. It was a simple act, but it held the power to shatter lives and change the course of history forever. The soldiers surged forward, hands reaching out to seize the one who had once healed the sick and fed the hungry. Peter, ever impulsive, could no longer contain himself. He drew his sword, the glint of metal catching the torchlight, and in a desperate attempt to defend his friend, he swung it wildly. The blade met flesh, and the soldier fell. A look of shock etched across his face as blood stained the ground beneath him. "Put your sword away," Jesus commanded, his voice slicing through the chaos like a knife. He reached down, touching the ear of the fallen soldier and healing him, a final act of mercy even in the face of betrayal. The soldiers hesitated, uncertainty creeping into their hearts. "Am I leading a rebellion?" Jesus asked, his gaze unwavering. "That you have come with swords and clubs?" The power in his words seeped into the hearts of those present, igniting a flicker of doubt in the soldiers' minds. They were prepared for a fight, but here stood a man who radiated a strength they had never witnessed before. But the moment of hesitation was fleeting. The soldiers had come to do their duty, and they would not falter. With a swift motion, they bound Jesus, shackled him with chains of betrayal, and began to lead him away. The disciples, watching in horror, felt their hearts splinter with each step Jesus took away from them. This was not the way it was supposed to end. "Lord, is this how it ends?" Peter's voice cracked, filled with emotion, but there was no answer. Jesus, that gentle yet powerful figure, was being dragged into the night, the weight of the world resting heavily on his shoulders. He had foretold this moment, spoken of the suffering to come, and yet, witnessing it unfold was a harrowing reality. As the garden faded into darkness behind him, the enormity of what had just transpired settled in the hearts of the disciples like a leaden weight. They stumbled back, fear flooding their veins, and one by one, they began to flee, abandoning the one who had loved them unconditionally. Each step away from the garden felt like stepping into a void, a chasm of despair that threatened to swallow them whole. In that garden, beneath the ancient olive trees that had witnessed countless prayers and secrets, prophecy had been fulfilled. The air was thick with the scent of crushed leaves and the whispers of destiny. Hope and despair danced hand in hand as the night pressed on, unyielding in its march. The soldiers stepped into the shadows, leading Jesus away, while the disciples, now scattered and lost, became mere echoes of the man who had once called them friends. The weight of betrayal lingered like a dark cloud, foreboding and heavy, a reminder that love could sometimes be the sharpest blade of all. The cold wind whipped through the narrow streets of Jerusalem, sending a shiver through the gathered crowd. Torches flickered, casting dancing shadows on the cobblestones, where the air was thick with tension and uncertainty. Whispers spread like wildfire, igniting fear in the hearts of those who dared to listen. Jesus had been arrested. The weight of that moment pressed heavily on Peter's chest, binding him in a struggle between loyalty and the instinct for self-preservation. He had been so sure, so fervent in his devotion. Just hours earlier, Peter had stood boldly beside his master, sword drawn, ready to fight for him. "I will never deny you," he had proclaimed with fire in his eyes, his heart full of conviction. But here he was now, cloaked in shadows, grappling with the whisper of doubt that crept into his soul like a thief in the night. As he lingered near the fire, the flames crackled, illuminating his face, revealing the turmoil etched in his features. The glow highlighted the glistening sweat on his brow and the trembling of his hands, which sought warmth but found only a chilling fear that gripped him tighter with each passing moment. The courtyard of Caiaphas, the high priest, became a stage for Peter's inner conflict, with the weight of his choices looming larger than the shadows surrounding him. A servant girl, with sharp eyes that seemed to pierce through the darkness, looked directly at him. "You were with him, weren't you? The Galilean." Her voice rang out, cutting through the chaos of the night like a dagger. The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation. Time slowed as Peter felt every heartbeat thumping in his chest, the echoes of his earlier bravado now a distant memory. "No, I don't know what you're talking about," he replied, the words spilling from his lips quicker than his thoughts could grasp their meaning. The sound of his own voice shocked him. Was that really him denying everything he had stood for? The warmth of the fire felt suddenly too close, suffocating. He looked around, confused, desperate for escape. His mind raced, recalling how he had sworn loyalty just a few hours ago. Every face in the crowd felt like a jury, every whisper a verdict against him. The sturdy soldiers in their armor loomed nearby, their presence a constant reminder of the danger that surrounded him, the cost of association with the one they had just taken prisoner. Peter's heart pounded, and he took a step back, away from the fire, away from the girl's piercing gaze. But she was relentless. "You are one of them," she insisted, her voice rising. A knot twisted in Peter's stomach, each accusation a blow to his spirit. He could feel the eyes of the world upon him, judging, dissecting. The ardor of his faith wavered, replaced by a flood of overwhelming fear. "No, I don't know the man," he exclaimed again, the words tumbling out like stones falling from a crumbling wall, each one eroding a piece of his faith. The denial tasted bitter on his tongue, but the threat of persecution felt all too real. He could almost hear the clanging of chains, the echo of his own fate if he laid bare his allegiance. Suddenly, another bystander stepped forward, a man with a voice as rough as gravel. "Your accent gives you away. You're from Galilee." The accusation resonated, and Peter felt the suffocating weight of truth press down on him. His identity was slipping through his fingers, like sand through an hourglass. "I do not know the man," Peter shouted, a desperate plea mingled with anger, but deep down, he felt the fracture of his spirit, the burden of his betrayal. Each denial was a knife twisting deeper, each word a step away from the very foundation on which his faith was built. Then, like the crow of a rooster heralding dawn, the chilling sound echoed through the courtyard, a stark reminder of the prophecy. "Before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times." Jesus' words loomed in Peter's mind, heavy and unyielding. The rooster's cry was a final reminder of the moment he had failed, the moment he had chosen fear over faith. The crowd around him began to dissipate, whispers fading like smoke in the wind, but Peter remained, frozen in his turmoil. He could see the distant figure of Jesus, bound and beaten, enduring the suffering he had refused to share. The humiliation washed over him like a tidal wave, crashing against the rocks of his faith, leaving only fragments of what once was. Tears burned in his eyes as he turned away from the fire, the world around him blurring into a haze. He stumbled back into the shadows, consumed by shame, the darkness now a companion to his regret. His heart ached, knowing that he had given in to fear when he had vowed to stand firm. The struggle of faith under pressure had revealed a side of him he wished to forget. In the distance, Peter heard the sound of the rooster crowing again, a haunting reminder of his failure. Each note pierced through the stillness, echoing in his mind, a relentless drumbeat of guilt that he could not escape. He was a man who had walked on water, yet here he was, drowning in his own fears. As the sun began to rise, casting golden rays across the horizon, Peter felt an overwhelming sense of loss, the weight of his choices pressing on him like a stone. He had betrayed the one who loved him unconditionally, and now he was left alone, grappling with the shadows of his own heart. The journey ahead would be one of redemption, but for now, he could only bear the burden of his denial, the struggle of faith etched deeply into the fabric of his soul, waiting for the next moment to strike, the next test of loyalty that would come. The chill of that night hung heavy in the air, thick with an unspoken dread. Shadows danced under flickering torches, illuminating the faces of those who had gathered in the high priest's courtyard. Whispers echoed in the dark, a symphony of apprehension, as the fate of a man who dared to challenge the norms of society lay suspended in the balance. His name was Jesus, and the world would never be the same, but tonight, in this moment of uncertainty, it was just a quiet room filled with tension. Annas, the former high priest, sat like a spider at the center of his web, his gnarled fingers steepled together as he looked down upon the young man brought before him. Jesus stood there, resolute yet vulnerable, his eyes reflecting a calm that belied the storm brewing around him. The flicker of firelight cast shadows on his face, giving him an almost ethereal glow, making the moment feel both surreal and haunting. Annas's piercing gaze bore into him, demanding answers, seeking to expose any weakness. "Tell me," Annas began, his voice low and gravelly, "are you the king of the Jews?" Jesus held his ground, his voice steady like a rock against crashing waves. "My kingdom is not of this world." The words hung in the air, as unsettling as a thunderclap, igniting murmurs among the onlookers. What did he mean? Could he truly be the Messiah they had longed for, or was he merely a madman? The tension thickened as Annas dismissed the question, his expression a mask of disdain. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for Jesus to be taken to Caiaphas, the current high priest, who awaited like a predator eager for the kill. The guards roughly grabbed Jesus, dragging him through the darkened halls, their rough hands tearing at his clothes, pulling him into the lion's den. Caiaphas was a figure wrapped in authority and ambition, his eyes glimmering with the hunger for power. The council of elders gathered around him, a jury already poised to condemn. They whispered among themselves, their faces a mixture of hatred, fear, and intrigue. They had already made up their minds. Jesus was a threat, a wildfire that needed to be extinguished. But how to twist his words, how to shape the narrative that would secure their grip on power? As the trial unfolded, accusations flew like arrows, each one more outrageous than the last. "He speaks against the temple," one cried, while another added, "He incites rebellion." The charges scraped against the very fabric of the truth, but the truth was a fragile thing, easily shattered under the weight of their conviction. Jesus listened, his heart heavy yet unyielding. "Do you have no answer?" Caiaphas hissed, frustration spilling over at the calm within the storm. Jesus' silence was deafening, a refusal to play their game. It was in that moment of quiet defiance that the tide began to turn. The high priest, in a fit of rage, tore his robes, a gesture so theatrical it sent ripples through the crowd. "What further evidence do we need? He has blasphemed." The people responded with a roar, flames of anger igniting as they called for his death. Their voices melded into one haunting cry, spiraling into a cacophony that seemed to shake the very foundations of the courtyard. They were not just condemning a man. They were condemning hope itself, snuffing it out like a candle caught in a gust of wind. Dragged away, battered and bruised, Jesus felt the sting of betrayal cut deeper than any whip. The guards took pleasure in their cruelty, spitting on him, mocking his claim of royalty. In those moments, the weight of the world pressed down on him, but he stood tall, embodying resilience in the face of brutality. Each blow felt like a hammer striking a nail, driving him closer to the cross that awaited him. Soon, the tide of his fate would carry him before Pilate, the Roman governor whose very name echoed with authority, power, and the uneasy tension of an empire stretched thin. The journey to Pilate's hall was a desperate procession, the air thick with the smell of fear and anticipation. The sky, heavy with clouds, seemed to mourn the impending despair. When Jesus was led before Pilate, the governor sensed the peculiar energy in the air. Something was off. The prisoners before him were often trembling, pleading for mercy. But this man stood composed, unbroken by the chains that clinked around his wrists. Pilate leaned forward, intrigued but cautious. A balance of justice and political survival weighed heavily on his shoulders. "Are you the king of the Jews?" Pilate asked, his voice measured, yet betraying an inkling of curiosity. In return, Jesus posed a question that lingered like a ghost between them. "Do you say this of your own accord, or did others say it to you about me?" The governor's brow furrowed, caught off guard by the response. "Am I a Jew? Your own nation and the chief priests have delivered you over to me. What have you done?" The question dripped with a mixture of exasperation and genuine inquiry. "I have come to bear witness to the truth," Jesus replied, his voice unwavering, echoing like a distant bell chiming in the dark. "Everyone who is of the truth listens to my voice." Pilate's heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, the weight of his impending decision pressing down like a leaden cloak. Outside, the crowd became a living entity, a tidal wave of fury and bloodlust, chanting for crucifixion. Their cries were a dark song, rising and falling in fevered desperation. Pilate, sensing the storm brewing, sought to distance himself from the chaos. He knew the man before him was innocent, a flicker of light in a world steeped in darkness. Yet the fear of uprising gripped him tight. The balance of justice was slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. He turned to the crowd, offering a chance for clemency. "Shall I release to you the King of the Jews?" But the response came back like a thunderous roar, a chilling anthem of disdain. "No, not this man, but Barabbas." The name struck like a dagger. Barabbas, a thief and rebel, was favored over the man who healed the sick and spoke of love. Pilate felt the walls closing in, caught between his conscience and the will of the people. As fear coiled around him, he grasped for a way out. He washed his hands in front of them, declaring, "I am innocent of this man's blood. See to it yourselves." Yet, deep down, he knew that innocence would not save him from the consequences of this night. And just like that, the die was cast, sealing the fate of Jesus in a way that would echo through history. The moment hung in the air, a breath held tight, as the crowd erupted in a frenzy, drowning out the last whispers of reason. The trial had transformed into a dark spectacle, and the world felt the tremors of what was to come. The path to Golgotha was already etched in the stars, and the weight of the cross loomed ever closer. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dusty streets of Jerusalem. It was a day like any other, yet an air of anticipation crackled, thick with the weight of impending doom. The murmurs of the crowd echoed through the narrow alleys, growing louder with each passing moment, a symphony of whispers that spoke of a man condemned. He was not just any man. He was Jesus of Nazareth, a name that would echo through the ages, a name that would divide a world. The Roman soldiers marched with grim determination, their armor glinting ominously in the sunlight. Each step they took on the rough stones seemed to reverberate with the heartbeat of a city caught between hope and despair. The people watched in hushed disbelief, some shielding their eyes from the sight that was unfolding before them, while others leaned in, curiosity battling with compassion. Hints of what lay ahead danced in the air, a narrative woven with suffering, sacrifice, and the weight of humanity. As Jesus walked, the heavy wooden cross pressed down on his shoulders, a cruel burden that seemed to pull him into the earth itself. With every step, the splinters dug deeper into his skin, a reminder of the sins he carried, the weight of the world resting painfully against him. He stumbled, struggling against the pain, but the murmurs of the crowd only grew louder, a cacophony of voices that mingled with the sounds of his labored breaths. Some whispered words of support, others cast judgment, and a few spat curses, embodying the very hatred he had come to heal. Simon of Cyrene was pulled from the throng, forced to bear the cross alongside Jesus. The sight of their combined struggle stirred something in the hearts of the onlookers. There was Simon, a man caught in an unthinkable situation, yet in that moment, he was not just a bystander. He was a participant in a cosmic drama that transcended time. The connection between them, fragile yet profound, hinted at a unity that defied circumstance. In their shared burden, they became a symbol of love, of selflessness that was at the very core of Jesus' mission. Ahead loomed Golgotha, the place of the skull, grim and unforgiving. The hill was a stark reminder of mortality, a stage set for suffering. As they approached, the air shifted, thick with an unsettling mix of fear and anticipation. The cross was hoisted, and with it, the energy of the crowd reached a fever pitch. Hearts raced, breaths caught in throats, as they prepared to witness the ultimate sacrifice. The weight of history hung heavily, each person feeling the gravity of the moment, as if time itself held its breath. Nails glinted in the harsh light, sharp and unyielding. The soldiers, hardened by their duties, moved with cold efficiency. Yet there was something different in the air, a tension that went beyond mere execution. As the first nail drove into flesh, an anguished cry pierced the sky, echoing off the stones that had known so much suffering. It was a sound that would resonate through the ages, a cry that encompassed every heartache and every tear shed since the dawn of time. With each blow of the hammer, the crowd's collective breath was stolen away. Some shuddered in horror, while others felt an unsettling sense of relief, thinking they had silenced a threat. Yet as Jesus hung there, his blood seeping into the earth, the reality of his sacrifice began to dawn on them. In his suffering, he was doing more than just dying. He was bearing witness to love in its purest form, a love that would reach into the very depths of human despair and pull it into the light. The sky darkened, clouds swirling ominously above as if the heavens themselves mourned. A veil tore in the temple, a symbol of the separation between God and man being reconciled in the most profound way possible. The earth trembled, rocks split, and graves opened, as if nature itself understood the significance of this moment. Gasps filled the air, the crowd now united in shock. It was a scene so heart-wrenching that it felt surreal, as if they were on the brink of a revelation that would shatter their understanding of the world. Jesus, gasping for breath, looked down upon those gathered. There were faces of sorrow, of confusion, of guilt, and even of anger. Each represented a piece of the human experience, a reflection of his own struggle, and in his eyes shone an understanding that transcended their pain. "Father, forgive them," he whispered, his voice a fragile thread of hope woven through the chaos. Those words, simple yet profound, echoed through time, a challenge to every heart that would hear them. As he breathed his last, a great silence fell. In that moment, time stood still, and the universe seemed to hold its breath. The sacrifice had been made, the ultimate act of love encapsulated in a single heartbeat that knew no end. The tension crackled, a raw energy that would pulse through the hearts of generations to come. The weight of sacrifice hung heavy, a reminder of the depth of love one could bear for another. The ground quaked, the sky wept, and the world felt different. As the crowd began to disperse, hearts still pounding from the intensity of what they had witnessed, they carried with them the echoes of that moment. Some would go on to spread the news, sharing what they had seen, while others would grapple with the implications of this profound act. It was a turning point, a moment that would redefine not just a faith but all of humanity. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, the sacrifice was far from over. The story would continue to unfold, weaving through the hearts of men and women for centuries to come, igniting a passion that would not be extinguished. The crucifixion, the ultimate sacrifice, was merely a beginning, a new chapter that begged to be told. The air was thick with an unshakable tension, the kind that feels like electricity crawling across your skin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the sacred grounds. Those gathered felt the weight of history pressed down upon them like an ancient stone. This wasn't just any burial. It was a farewell to a king, a final act of reverence that would echo through the ages. Around the tomb, the priests, clad in flowing linen robes, moved with a solemn grace, their faces set in expressions that betrayed none of the turmoil that churned within. The scent of incense filled the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly dug soil. They were preparing for a sealing unlike any other, one that would forever lock away the mortal remains of a ruler who had walked among them, now transformed into a deity in the eyes of his people. As the last rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, a haunting chant began to rise, echoing across the valley. The priests formed a circle around a massive stone slab, intricately carved with hieroglyphs that told stories of power and divinity. Each symbol spoke of the life the king had lived, of the battles won and the favors bestowed by the gods. The air vibrated with the sound of their voices, a melodic prayer that seemed to pierce through the veil of time itself. Underneath the stone, the king lay wrapped in layers of fine linen, his body adorned with gold and precious jewels, meant to guide him in the afterlife. But this wasn't just about wealth. It was a testament to a life dedicated to the prosperity of his people. Each item placed in the tomb was chosen with care, a token of gratitude from a nation that revered him. The priests, their fingers trembling with both reverence and fear, prepared to seal the entrance, a heavy stone that would lock away not just the body, but the very essence of their beloved leader. As they began to push the stone into place, a sudden gust of wind swept through the valley, rustling leaves and causing the torches to flicker ominously. The priests exchanged nervous glances. It felt as if the gods themselves were watching, waiting, judging. The chanting grew louder, a desperate plea for the king's spirit to find peace, even as a sense of foreboding wove through the crowd. The stone edged closer to the entrance, the scraping sound reverberating like a heartbeat in the silence. Each movement felt monumental, heavy with significance. This was the moment when the past and future collided, when the world would hold its breath as the king slipped into eternity. It was a final goodbye, but also a promise of immortality, a bond that would tie him to the heavens. Just as the stone was about to be fully set into place, a low rumble echoed through the earth, causing the priests to falter. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air crackled with a strange energy. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they staggered back, eyes wide with fear. Was it a warning? A sign? The priests hastily cast a glance at one another, uncertainty washing over their faces. They had performed this ritual countless times, yet never had they felt such an overwhelming force. With renewed determination, they pressed forward, chanting louder than before, their voices rising in a desperate crescendo. The stone finally settled into its place, sealing the tomb and trapping within it the essence of a man who had once ruled with wisdom and strength. The moment stretched, a fragile thread hanging in the balance, quivering with the unresolved energy of what had just transpired. Suddenly, a figure broke through the crowd, an aged woman, her hair silver as the moonlight, her eyes filled with a fierce light. She pushed her way to the front, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Wait! You must not seal him yet." Her voice rang out, piercing the solemnity of the moment. The crowd turned, whispers cascading like a wave as everyone sought to understand this bold interjection. The priests hesitated, uncertainty creeping into their hearts. "Who are you to dictate the will of the gods?" one priest demanded, his voice sharp. She stepped closer, unyielding, her spirit unbroken. "I am but a humble servant of the king's mother." She foresaw this day. There are last rites, offerings that must be made. If you seal him away now, his spirit will wander, lost forever. The tension crackled in the air like a storm. The priests huddled together, fear mingling with a glimmer of doubt. What if she spoke the truth? The ancient texts had spoken of the importance of proper farewells, of ensuring that the soul's journey was guided with care. Yet the weight of tradition pressed upon them. They had never paused to question the ritual before. The woman, sensing their hesitation, pressed on. "Let him be honored as he deserves." Let us perform the rites that will guide his spirit. If you seal him now, you condemn him to wander, to become a restless ghost." Her voice broke, emotion flooding through her as memories of the king's kindness washed over her. He had been more than just a ruler, he had been a father, a protector. Slowly, one of the priests stepped forward, his resolve giving way to compassion. "Perhaps we should listen." As the words left his lips, the crowd held its breath, a collective gasp slicing through the night. The wind shifted, carrying with it the faintest whisper of approval or disapproval. It was impossible to tell. As they debated, the shadows lengthened, creeping around them like watchful spirits. It felt as if the world itself were holding its breath, waiting for the next move. The spirits of the ancestors, long gone but ever present, seemed to echo in the rustling leaves. The stone that had been so close to sealing the tomb remained poised, a breath away from finality, as the fate of a king hung delicately in the balance. It was a moment suspended in time, filled with fear, hope, and the weight of every prayer whispered into the night. The air vibrated with possibility, and all who stood there knew that the king's journey was not yet over. The heart of the land felt alive, echoing with the whispers of those who had come before and those yet to come, caught in the binds of fate that tied them all together. The world had never felt so heavy, a shroud of despair enveloping the hearts of those who had followed him. It was the third day since the earth trembled beneath the weight of divine sacrifice, and darkness seemed to seep into the very fabric of existence. The sun hung low in the sky, as if mourning the loss of its brightest star. In the dim light of dawn, all hope appeared extinguished, yet in the corners of their hearts, a flicker remained, a stubborn ember refusing to die. Mary Magdalene approached the tomb, her feet dragging, burdened by grief. Each step felt like an eternity. The stone that sealed the entrance, massive and cold, loomed ahead, a reminder of the finality she feared. Her heart raced, not just with sorrow, but with an inexplicable anticipation. She reached the entrance, her breath hitching in her throat as she looked up. The stone, it was gone. As she crossed the threshold, the air shifted. Inside the tomb, shadows danced like whispers, and an otherworldly glow filled the space. There, seated on the stone slab where her beloved teacher had lain, was a figure whose presence radiated warmth and peace. "Woman, why are you weeping?" His voice, soothing yet powerful, echoed in her soul. "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him," she pleaded, tears blurring her vision. And then, as if the world stilled, he spoke her name. Mary. In that single utterance, the chains of death shattered, and the dawn broke anew in her heart. The realization crashed over her like waves against a shore. He was alive. In that moment, joy and disbelief collided within her, igniting an explosion of hope. She reached out, but he gently held her back. "Do not cling to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father." Her heart swelled with longing and exhilaration, a paradox of emotions. The one who had been lost was now found, resurrected, triumphant over the grave. News of this miracle spread like wildfire, igniting sparks of faith among those who had lost their way. Peter, wrestling with shame and guilt, was transformed by the whispers of those who had witnessed the impossible. The weight of his denial gripped him, yet the promise of resurrection began to lift his spirit. He had abandoned his master, but could he still be redeemed? Questions echoed in his mind as he raced to the tomb, propelled by a hope that fought to overcome despair. Meanwhile, the other disciples gathered, huddled together in fear. Their hearts were heavy with confusion and doubt. But as the morning sun broke through the clouds, a newfound energy surged among them. Each felt a shift in the air, a stirring of faith that had been dormant in the shadows of their hearts. Then, without warning, he stood among them, a presence so palpable it made them tremble. "Peace be with you," he said, and the storm inside them stilled. Thomas, the doubter, felt the weight of uncertainty heavy on his shoulders. He could not believe without seeing. How could he trust that which seemed so far-fetched? Yet, the very next moment, Jesus turned to him, eyes filled with understanding. "Put your finger here. See my hands. Reach out your hand and put it into my side." In that moment, disbelief crumbled, and faith took root. "My Lord and my God," Thomas exclaimed, the realization enveloping him like a warm embrace. As the days unfolded, the resurrected Jesus walked among them, breathing life into the very essence of their existence. He shared meals, laughter, and moments that felt both ordinary and extraordinary. The disciples, once consumed by fear, began to transform. With every word he spoke, their hearts ignited with purpose. They were to be the bearers of a message that could change the world, a message of love, grace, and redemption. On a hill outside of Jerusalem, the air crackled with anticipation as Jesus stood before his followers one last time. The weight of their pasts began to lift as he imparted his final commission. "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations." His voice, filled with authority and tenderness, resonated deep within them. They were no longer just followers. They were now the heralds of his resurrection, called to share the good news. As he ascended into the heavens, a cloud enveloped him, and the disciples stood frozen, gazing upward with awe and longing. The world below continued spinning, unaware of the monumental shift that had just occurred. Their hearts raced, knowing that the power of life over death had just begun to ripple through the ages. In the days that followed, they experienced the transformative power of the resurrection. Miracles unfolded, lives were changed, and the message spread like wildfire, igniting a movement that would face persecution, trials, and tribulations. Yet, through it all, they held on to the promise that death was not the end. It was merely a passage to a new beginning. As they gathered in secret, sharing stories of his life, they could feel the energy in the room swell with hope. They were not alone. The very essence of the resurrected Christ was alive in them. The world may have tried to snuff out the light, but it only flickered stronger, fueled by their faith and determination. In the quiet moments, they remembered the weight of the stone, the despair of their grief, and the overwhelming joy of the resurrection. It was a story that transcended time, a promise that rang true even in the darkest of nights. With each heartbeat, they felt the pulse of life that defied death, a legacy that would echo through generations, urging humanity to rise above despair. The resurrected Christ was not merely a figure of the past. He was a living, breathing reality that breathed life into their souls. The triumph over the grave had begun a new chapter, one that would intertwine with the stories of all who dared to believe. And as they stepped out into a world that still questioned, still doubted, they carried with them the most powerful truth ever spoken. The resurrection was not just an event. It was a revolution, an invitation to embrace life in all its fullness. With hearts full of hope and courage ignited by faith, they moved forward into the unknown, knowing that the God who had triumphed over death would be with them every step of the way. The echoes of their laughter mingled with the whispers of those yet to come, and the message of resurrection transformed the very fabric of existence, sealing their fate in the grand tapestry of life. In the pale dawn light, a haunting stillness enveloped the garden, the air thick with the scent of wet earth and fresh blooms. The world was waking up, yet in this sacred space, time seemed to hold its breath. Shadows danced nervously among the olive trees, their gnarled branches whispering secrets as if they too were aware of the significance of this day. Mary Magdalene stood alone, her heart a storm of grief and confusion. Her eyes, red from weeping, were fixed on the empty tomb that had held so much promise and now seemed to echo only with despair. She had come in the early hours, driven by a need she could hardly articulate. The memories of the man she loved, the one who had offered her hope and purpose, plagued her thoughts like a relentless tide. How could he be gone? How could the light of her life be extinguished so cruelly? She brushed a hand across her tear-stained cheeks, feeling the weight of sorrow pressing down on her shoulders. The stone that had sealed the tomb was rolled away, yet her fear and heartache felt like an unmovable boulder. She whispered his name, almost as if calling him back from the grasp of death itself. "Jesus, where are you?" The garden was silent, save for the rustle of leaves and the distant coo of doves. But within that silence, something shifted. An electric pulse of energy that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. Mary felt it before she saw it. A presence that filled her with an indescribable mixture of dread and hope. Suddenly, figures emerged. Angels clad in white, their faces radiant with an otherworldly glow. They stood at the entrance of the tomb, their eyes like twin stars, both piercing and gentle. "Woman, why are you weeping?" one asked, their voice soft yet echoing with authority. Mary's heart raced. "They have taken my Lord away, and I do not know where they have laid him." Her voice cracked, the weight of her anguish spilling over as she spoke. The angels exchanged a look, as if they could see not just her pain, but the flickering ember of hope deep within her heart. But it was not enough. She turned away from them, seeking the familiarity of her beloved, desperately searching the shadows for a sign. The garden felt alive, yet she felt so utterly alone. She took a step back, her feet moving as if drawn by an invisible string, when suddenly, a voice pierced through the fog of her despair. "Mary," that single word, spoken with unmistakable warmth, wrapped around her like a beloved blanket. It was a voice she had longed to hear, one that stirred something deep within her spirit. She turned, her breath catching in her throat. Standing before her was Jesus, the man she had followed, the one who had transformed her life, stood there, alive, radiant, and gloriously unchanged. Eyes wide with disbelief, she took a tentative step forward, not daring to hope that this was real. "Rabboni!" she cried, the name spilling from her lips like a prayer. The tears she had fought so hard to contain surged forth, cascading down her face as joy and confusion battled for dominance in her heart. "Do not cling to me," he said gently, his tone soothing as a summer breeze. "For I have not yet ascended to the Father. But go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." The realization washed over her like a wave. This was more than just a reunion. It was a commission. She was entrusted with a message, an invitation to share the most incredible news the world had ever known. Her heart swelled with a fierce joy that chased away the shadows of sadness. She was the first to witness the miracle of resurrection, the first to carry the news of hope to those who had lost everything. Each word Jesus spoke ignited a fire within her, a fire fueled by love, trust, and an unshakable belief in the impossible. "Go," he urged once more, and in that moment, the world around her burst into vibrant color. The garden, once a place of sorrow, transformed into a sacred ground of rebirth. Flowers bloomed with defiance, and the sun's rays broke through the clouds, illuminating the path she must take. Mary hurried away, her heart racing, her feet barely touching the ground as she dashed toward the others. She imagined their faces, the disbelief that would surely greet her, and her heart fluttered with the thrill of sharing such joyous news. But as she ran, the weight of her past tugged at her. People had labeled her as broken, as a woman haunted by demons. Yet here she was, chosen to spread a message of hope that would change the world. Tears of joy streamed down her cheeks as she recalled the moments spent with Jesus, the lessons of love and forgiveness that had transformed her. Each step was a battle cry against despair, each breath a hymn of perseverance. She could already see the faces of Peter and John, the flicker of skepticism turning to awe as she shared the astonishing truth. "I have seen the Lord," she would declare, her voice ringing with undeniable conviction. As she reached the entrance of the city, the sun rose higher, bathing the streets in warmth and light. The world was alive, and so was her hope. She was no longer just a woman who had been saved. She was a witness to a miracle, the kind of miracle that could fracture the chains of fear and set the captives free. And as Mary hurried through the bustling streets, her heart pounding with exhilaration and purpose, the message she bore felt heavy yet liberating, a mantle she was honored to carry. The ripple of her joy would reach far beyond that fateful morning, piercing through the darkness of despair into the hearts of many. With each step, she knew she was not just a messenger but a part of a larger story, a thread woven into the fabric of hope that would soon envelop the world. And her journey, ignited by that singular moment in the garden, had only just begun. Two weary travelers trudged along the dusty road leading to Emmaus, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows behind them, as if the very light was reluctant to follow. Their minds were consumed by the events of the past few days, and every step felt like a burden. The air was thick with despair, and the once vibrant colors of spring seemed muted, as though nature shared in their grief. As they walked, the world around them faded, and every once in a while, a gust of wind would send a shiver down their spines, reminding them of a reality they could scarcely grasp. One of the travelers, Cleopas, turned to his companion. "Can you believe what has happened?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with disbelief. They were not just discussing a man. They were grappling with the loss of hope itself. The other traveler, perhaps a relative or close friend, nodded, his brow furrowed. "We had such hope. We thought he was the one to redeem Israel." Those words hung in the air, a haunting echo of lost dreams. The name they spoke was one that had ignited their hearts, a name now wrapped in confusion and sorrow. They walked on, recounting the miracles, the teachings that had captivated them, and the way he spoke with authority that stirred their souls. But now, everything felt shattered. Then, a figure appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. The travelers were so lost in their thoughts that they barely noticed him approach. His appearance was unremarkable, but there was something about his presence that made the air feel charged. "What are you discussing together as you walk along?" he asked, his voice warm and curious, a gentle prodding at their sorrow. Cleopas stopped, taken aback. "Are you the only one visiting Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened there in these days?" The incredulity in his tone hinted at the depth of their grief. This stranger's presence felt surreal, as if he had stepped out of a storybook, yet the heaviness of their reality weighed heavily on them. "What things?" the stranger replied, his eyes glinting with a knowing kindness. The travelers, caught off guard, began to recount the tale. The arrest, the trial, the crucifixion, the agonizing death of the one they had followed so devotedly. With each word, their pain spilled out, raw and unfiltered, a river of sorrow flowing from their lips. How they had believed in the promise of a new kingdom, only to see it all vanish like smoke. As they spoke, the stranger listened intently, nodding with understanding, his gaze steady, his expression a mix of compassion and something more profound. The sun dipped lower, casting an orange glow that transformed the landscape around them. But the travelers were too enraptured by their grief to notice. "Did not the Messiah have to suffer these things and then enter his glory?" the stranger asked, and something about his words stirred a flicker of curiosity in Cleopas. Who was this man? How could he speak of hope amid such despair? The stranger began to unpack the scriptures, weaving passages from Moses and the prophets into a tapestry of hope and redemption. With every point he made, the air around them seemed to shimmer, as if the very fabric of reality was shifting. Their hearts, which had been weighed down with sorrow, began to flutter with something else. Was it hope? Was it anticipation? As they walked, the shadows of the day lengthened, yet the warmth of the stranger's presence filled the chill of the evening air. He spoke of a suffering servant, of prophecies that hinted at a resurrection, words that felt like distant music now coming into tune. The travelers' hearts raced as they caught glimpses of a promise they had almost forgotten, a flicker of something they longed to believe in again. They reached the village of Emmaus, and as the sun sank lower in the sky, a sense of urgency filled Cleopas. "Stay with us, for it is nearly evening. The day is almost over." His invitation was filled with a desperation they couldn't articulate. The stranger smiled, and there was a warmth in his gaze that made them feel safe, as though they had known him forever. As they sat down to share a meal, the moment was palpable, thick with anticipation. The stranger took the bread, blessed it, broke it, and gave it to them. Time seemed to suspend in that instant. The air crackled with an energy that sent goosebumps running over their skin. And then, in that very act, the breaking of bread revelation struck like a lightning bolt. Their eyes flew open wide, and they gasped in unison. It is him. The realization settled over them like a warm blanket, igniting every fiber of their being. They had been speaking to the risen Christ all along, the one who had promised to be with them. A surge of joy and disbelief coursed through them, but before they could fully comprehend it, he vanished from their sight. Their hearts raced as they glanced at one another. The weight of their grief suddenly lifted. Were not our hearts burning within us while he talked with us on the road and opened the scriptures to us? Cleopas exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. They felt an urgency that propelled them to their feet, abandoning their meal, racing back to Jerusalem without a second thought. The night air was brisk against their skin, but their hearts burned with a fire that dispelled any chill. Every step felt lighter, each stride fueled by excitement and hope. They were no longer just mourners on a journey. They were messengers with a story that demanded to be shared. As they approached the city, the shadows of doubt and despair were replaced by the bright promise of joy, and their spirits soared with anticipation. The road back was now alive with possibility. They were no longer trudging along in sorrow but sprinting towards a truth that could change everything. The night enveloped them, but the light of their discovery shone bright, guiding them through the darkness, ready to share the revelation that had rocked their world to its core. The room was thick with silence, a heavy blanket of despair draping over the small gathering of weary souls. Each disciple sat hunched, their faces marked by exhaustion, confusion, and an unimaginable sorrow. All hope felt lost when the world outside seemed to swirl with chaos. They were hiding, afraid that the darkness that had taken their leader would soon swallow them too. It was the darkest of nights, a night that had stolen their hearts, leaving only echoes of what used to be. Yet, in that stillness, a strange tension coiled in the air like a spring waiting to be released. It was then, in the depths of their grief, that a voice broke through the silence, soft yet powerful. "Peace be with you." The words floated into the room like a gentle breeze, stirring the dust motes that danced in the dim light. Shock rippled through the disciples as they turned, eyes wide and breaths caught in their throats. Could it be the voice they had longed to hear? Could it belong to the one they had seen crucified, the one whose lifeless body had been laid in a tomb? There he stood, Jesus, radiant and alive, as if the weight of death had never touched him. His presence filled the room with warmth, pushing aside the chill of fear. It was as if the very air crackled with life, and a sudden rush of hope surged through their veins. The disciples blinked in disbelief, their hearts racing, caught between joy and terror. How could this be? Was it truly him, or an apparition conjured by their desperate minds? At that moment, doubt flickered in Thomas's eyes, a shadow creeping into the bright light of the miracle before them. He could hardly believe his own gaze, the memories of betrayal and loss still fresh and raw. "Unless I see the mark of the nails in his hands and put my finger in the mark of the nails and my hand in his side, I will not believe," he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper but heavy with aching longing. Jesus, with an understanding that transcended time, turned his gaze towards Thomas, eyes filled with compassion. "Put your finger here and see my hands. Reach out your hand and put it in my side. Do not doubt but believe." The invitation hung in the air, inviting, warm, yet challenging. It was an offering of trust, a chance to bridge the chasm of disbelief that threatened to swallow Thomas whole. As Thomas stepped forward, his heart thundered in his chest. What would it be like to touch the scars? To feel the evidence of love that had conquered death? The air was thick with anticipation. He reached out, trembling, his fingers brushing against the roughness of the wounds, and in that moment, a tidal wave of realization crashed over him. This was not just a man. This was his Lord, alive and standing before him. "My Lord and my God!" he exclaimed, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. Joy erupted in the hearts of those present, and tears flowed freely, mingling with laughter, as they embraced the reality that seemed too miraculous to grasp. The sight of their risen Savior brought forth a mix of emotions. Relief flooded their hearts, and a profound peace replaced the fear that had gnawed at their souls. They were no longer alone in their sorrow. The darkness that had buried their hopes lifted, replaced by an overwhelming sense of purpose. Jesus' presence was a balm for their wounds, a reminder that love, even when faced with insurmountable odds, could defy the darkest night. "Peace be with you," he said again, the words echoing in the stillness of the room, wrapping around them like a warm embrace. It was a peace that surpassed understanding, a tranquility that settled deep within their hearts, igniting a fire of courage. With every moment that passed, the doubt that had clung to them began to dissolve, replaced by an unwavering faith that whispered of possibilities beyond what they could see. As they gathered around him, the disciples' hearts swelled with gratitude and awe. The man they thought they had lost forever stood before them, not just as their teacher but as their friend, their shepherd who had walked with them through shadows and light. The scars on his hands were not marks of defeat. They were symbols of victory, reminders of a love that had endured and triumphed over death itself. In that sacred space, filled with an electric sense of hope, the disciples began to understand their new calling. Their mission was no longer just to follow. It was to spread the news of this miraculous truth. It was to share the peace that had been bestowed upon them, to be vessels of hope in a world that had grown dim. As Jesus spoke to them, his words wrapped around them like a powerful current. "As the Father has sent me, so I send you." The weight of the commission hung in the air, charged with the promise of transformation. The disciples felt the tremors of fear begin to shift within them, replaced by the thrill of a purpose that transcended their understanding. The tension in the room morphed into excitement, a collective heartbeat harmonizing with newfound hope. They exchanged glances, silent vows passing between them. No longer would they hide in fear. They would step out into the world, emboldened by the peace that had swept through their hearts. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but they were no longer alone. As Jesus breathed on them, imparting the Holy Spirit, a wave of electricity coursed through each disciple, igniting a fire within. It was as if the very essence of God had been poured into them, setting their spirits aflame with the knowledge that they were part of something far greater than themselves. And in that moment, the room transformed. It was no longer a place of hiding, but a sanctuary of hope and courage. The walls that had felt like a prison now echoed with laughter and joy. The fears that had once gripped their hearts began to fade into the background, overshadowed by the presence of the one who had conquered all. As the light of dawn began to filter through the cracks of their sanctuary, the disciples stood ready to embrace their new reality. The shadows of the past no longer defined them. They were now messengers of hope, and the world awaited their story. In that charged atmosphere, the disciples felt the pull of destiny, the promise of what was to come, a mission that would change the world. The air vibrated with the whispers of divine purpose, the excitement palpable. They exchanged knowing looks, each heart beating in rhythm with the other, their fears dissipating like smoke in the morning light. And so, with every word spoken, with every breath drawn in, they prepared to step into the unknown, armed with the peace that had transformed their despair into a powerful resolve. Their journey was just beginning, a tale of hope that would echo through the ages, illuminating the hearts of those searching for light in their darkest moments. A heavy silence settled over the room as the disciples gathered in secret, their hearts pounding with grief and fear. The air was thick with unspoken words, a tapestry woven with threads of confusion and doubt. Just days earlier, they had witnessed the unimaginable, an event that shook the very foundation of their beliefs. Jesus, the man they had followed with blind faith, had been crucified. And now, in this dimly lit space, they were left wrestling with their shattered hopes. Amidst them sat Thomas, his mind a storm of emotions. His hands shook slightly as he gripped the edge of the table, a mixture of anger and sorrow coursing through him. The others spoke in hushed tones, sharing their encounters with the risen Christ, their faces alight with newfound hope. But for Thomas, each word only deepened the chasm of disbelief that lay within him. He was known as the skeptic, the one who needed proof, but in this moment he felt something more, a profound loneliness. "Unless I see the nail marks in his hands and put my finger where the nails were, I will not believe," he had declared, his voice steady but the weight of doubt heavy on his heart. This was not just stubbornness. It was a desperate plea for clarity in a world that had turned upside down. He felt the piercing gazes of his friends, a mixture of pity and frustration reflected back at him. They had seen him, touched him, felt the warmth of his presence. A small part of Thomas longed for that connection, but skepticism was a chain he couldn't shake. Days turned into an eternity, the sun casting shadows that stretched like the doubts in his mind. He wandered the streets, haunted by the memories of Jesus' teachings, the miracles, the laughter, the moments of pure joy. But now, those memories were tainted with the bitter taste of loss. His heart ached to belong to the faith of his friends, yet each step felt like a stumbling block on a path he could not follow. Then, one fateful evening, the atmosphere shifted. The disciples were gathered again, the door bolted tight against the chaos of the outside world. Thomas lingered at the edge, his heart racing as he sensed something different. A whisper of anticipation hung in the air, electricity crackling like a storm ready to break. Suddenly, the air shimmered, a figure appearing before them, translucent and yet undeniably real. The room fell into a stunned silence, breaths caught in throats, eyes wide with disbelief. "Peace be with you," the figure spoke, voice gentle yet powerful. It was Jesus, standing amongst them, the very embodiment of hope and resurrection. Thomas felt his heart stop, a mixture of awe and terror flooding his veins. This was the moment he had longed for, a chance to believe, to let go of doubt. But as the reality of the situation settled in, his old fears clawed at the edges of his mind. "Thomas?" Jesus called softly, his eyes piercing through the layers of skepticism. "Put your finger here. See my hands. Reach out your hand and put it into my side. Stop doubting and believe." The invitation hung in the air like a delicate promise, and the world around them faded into insignificance. Thomas felt the weight of those words pressing against his soul, a call to confront the very essence of his disbelief. Tears brimmed in Thomas's eyes as he stepped closer, heart racing with a mix of trepidation and longing. Could this truly be real? He hesitated, his hand trembling as it reached out, the moment stretching into eternity. Each heartbeat echoed like a drum, the sound of his own uncertainty ringing in his ears. Yet, as he touched the warm flesh of Jesus, he felt a rush of certainty wash over him. This was no mere illusion. This was the man who had conquered death, standing before him in all his glory. The moment was electric, a revelation that shattered his doubts like glass. The wounds were real. The scars were tangible proof of love that transcended even the darkest corners of despair. As he felt the warmth radiate through his fingers, Thomas gasped, the truth crashing over him like a wave. "My Lord and my God!" he exclaimed, the words spilling from his lips, a confession of faith that had been locked away in the depths of his heart. In that instant, the room transformed into a sanctuary of faith. The disciples, once weary and filled with doubt, now stood united in a bond that surpassed understanding. The atmosphere pulsed with an energy that felt almost alive, a confirmation of hope that reached beyond the confines of their fears. Thomas's heart swelled, not just with joy but with gratitude, for in his doubt, he had been given the gift of undeniable proof. Yet, even as the elation surged through him, a lingering thought tugged at the edges of his mind. What about those who would come after, those who would not have the luxury of seeing or touching? Thomas looked into Jesus' eyes, a silent question hanging between them. "Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed," Jesus replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The words were a challenge, a promise, a glimpse into the faith that would echo through the ages. As the evening stretched on, the disciples shared their stories, their laughter mingling with tears of joy. But Thomas, with his newfound faith, felt the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. He had been a doubter, yes, but now he was a witness. His heart raced with a sense of urgency, the kind that ignites a fire within. The world outside still lay in darkness, and he could feel the pulse of life beckoning him to share this truth. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. Thomas knew that his journey was far from over. This was only the beginning. He couldn't shake the feeling that the world was waiting, hungry for the hope that had filled his heart. As he stepped into the unknown, he felt a swirl of emotions: fear, excitement, determination, each one propelling him forward. The echoes of his friends' laughter followed him, a reminder that doubt could become faith, and that faith could light the path ahead. The sun began to rise over the shimmering waters of the Sea of Galilee, casting a golden hue on the landscape. The calm surface mirrored the awakening sky, yet beneath the tranquil exterior, hearts were in turmoil. Peter stood on the shore, his heart heavy with doubt, as the memories of his denial lingered like shadows at dusk. 3 times he had turned his back on the man he had called Lord. 3 times he had whispered the words that sliced through his soul. "I do not know this man." As he gazed out at the horizon, it was as if the very essence of the sea was speaking to him, calling him back, urging him to remember. Yet what could he offer now? What leadership could a man so flawed, so broken, possibly fulfill? Jesus had risen, and yet the weight of what Peter had done felt heavier than any stone. The other disciples, scattered and lost, looked to him for direction. In their eyes, they sought reassurance, but all Peter felt was a void. The air was thick with unspoken words. Hope hung in the balance. Would the Master still trust him? Could he lead others when he himself was so lost? A distant figure appeared on the water's edge, silhouetted against the sun. It was Jesus walking toward him with purpose. Peter's breath caught in his throat. Here was the man who had washed his feet, who had trusted him despite his flaws, and who had fed the multitudes. The man he had betrayed. As Jesus drew near, Peter's heart raced. He felt as if he were standing on the edge of a precipice, teetering between despair and redemption. "Simon, son of John," Jesus called out, his voice warm and inviting, yet firm. Peter's heart thudded painfully in his chest. "Do you love me?" A simple question, yet it cut deeper than any blade. "Yes, Lord, you know that I love you," Peter replied, his voice trembling. The words felt inadequate, but they were all he had. The weight of his past hung heavy in the air. "Feed my lambs," Jesus said. There was an intensity in his gaze, a fierce determination that ignited something within Peter. It was not just a call. It was a command, a lifeline thrown into the stormy sea of his guilt. Peter felt the first flickers of hope, but doubt still clawed at him. Could he do what was being asked? Again, Jesus asked, "Simon, son of John, do you love me?" The question reverberated through the very fibers of Peter's being. This was not just a matter of the heart. It was a challenge. "Yes, Lord, you know that I love you," he repeated, this time with more conviction. He could feel the burden of his failures loosening, just a little. "Take care of my sheep," Jesus said, the weight of the instruction settling on Peter's shoulders like a mantle. It was a call not just to love but to lead, to guide those who were lost, just as he had been. The air crackled with tension as Jesus leaned in closer, his eyes piercing yet filled with compassion. "Simon, son of John, do you love me?" Peter's heart raced, and a flood of emotions surged within him. The third question stung like a fresh wound, digging into the scars of his denial. He felt vulnerable, exposed. "Lord, you know all things. You know that I love you." With that affirmation, Jesus bestowed upon Peter the greatest gift, the responsibility to lead. "Feed my sheep." It was as if the heavens opened, pouring down a torrent of grace onto him. In that moment, Peter understood his purpose. He was not just a fisherman. He was a shepherd meant to guide, protect, and nurture. The fear that had gripped him began to fade, replaced by an ember of courage igniting within. He could envision the faces of those he was meant to lead, their hopes and dreams intertwining with his own. Yet, the road ahead was daunting. Would he be strong enough? The echoes of his past failures loomed large, but in the depths of his heart, he felt something rising within him, a determination to stand tall even when the winds of doubt howled around him. Jesus' words rang clear, a beacon in the fog of his uncertainty. As Jesus continued to speak, detailing the trials and tribulations that lay ahead, Peter felt a rush of emotions. It was a mixture of fear, excitement, and a deep sense of responsibility. The path of leadership was not one of comfort and ease, but rather of sacrifice and service. He could feel the weight of those who would come after him, the ones whose faith would be tested. He was meant to be their rock, their guiding light. The sun climbed higher, illuminating the scene like a divine spotlight. In that sacred moment, Peter realized that every fiber of his being was being woven into something greater, something eternal. The call to leadership was his, but it came with an unyielding depth of purpose. As Jesus finished speaking, the air was thick with unspoken understanding. Peter looked into the eyes of his master and saw not just forgiveness but a profound trust. He was being entrusted with something monumental, a mission that would echo through the ages. This was not merely about him. It was about the countless souls who would seek solace in the message he would carry forth. Peter felt a swell of determination rise within him, fierce and unyielding. He would not let his past define him. He would rise up and lead with all the love and passion he could muster. The shadows that had once consumed him were beginning to dissipate. With each heartbeat, he felt the weight of his calling settle squarely on his shoulders, heavy, yet exhilarating. As the sun continued to shine down upon them, illuminating the way forward, Peter took a deep breath, ready to step into the role he was meant to embrace. The call had been made clear, and he could feel the tides of change sweeping through him. Hope surged, and the promise of what was to come stretched out before him like the vast sea that lay at his feet, endless and full of possibilities. Now the true adventure awaited. The time had come for Peter to shepherd his people into a new dawn, to lead with strength, love, and unwavering faith, forever transformed by the grace bestowed upon him. Little did he know, the trials would be many, but the strength he would find in that moment would carry him through every storm that lay ahead. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and crimson, a perfect backdrop for the most profound moment in human history. A crowd gathered, their faces a mix of hope and despair, longing for a miracle that seemed just out of reach. In this moment, a figure emerged from the tumult, his presence magnetic, capturing the hearts of those around him. This was no ordinary man. This was the Son of God, the embodiment of a promise that whispered through the ages, echoing in the hearts of countless souls. The air was thick with anticipation as the crowd pressed closer, desperate for a glimpse, a touch, a word that might transform their lives forever. Each person carried their own burden, sickness, heartbreak, loss, and in their eyes shone a glimmer of faith, a flicker of belief that this man could change everything. They had heard the stories, the miracles that defied logic, the teachings that pierced the soul. What was it about this man that stirred something so deep within them? What made them believe? As the sun's last rays kissed the earth, he spoke. His voice carried like a soft breeze, yet it struck like thunder. I am the way, the truth, and the life. Those words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. They were not just words. They were an invitation, a call to believe. And with each syllable, the tension in the crowd swelled, a mixture of hope and longing intertwining like threads in a tapestry, weaving a story that was both ancient and new. Consider the history that surrounded these moments. The Roman Empire loomed large, oppressive, and powerful. Yet, here stood a man who spoke of love and light, defying the darkness of the world that sought to crush the spirit. The very essence of his being challenged the status quo, offering a new way of looking at life, at humanity, at God. He embodied a radical idea, that one could find salvation not through power or wealth, but through love and faith in the Son of God. Around him, the stories of the past lingered like shadows. Prophecies spoken centuries before echoed in the minds of those who listened. Promises of a Messiah who would come to save the people, to restore what had been lost. These were not mere tales. They were the foundation of their hopes, the roots of their belief. For every heart that beat in that crowd, there was a history of longing, a desire for redemption, for a savior. As the sun vanished, the atmosphere shifted. A woman cried out from the back, her voice raw with emotion. Son of David, "Have mercy on me." Her plea pierced through the noise, a cry of desperation that silenced the crowd. It was a moment that gripped the heart, a reminder of the pain that so many carried. All eyes turned to the figure in the front, and the tension reached a fever pitch. Would he respond? Would he recognize her suffering? With grace, he approached. The crowd parted like the sea, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. The woman fell at his feet, tears streaming down her face, her faith unwavering. "I believe," she whispered, "that you can heal me." Those words echoed through the ages, a declaration of belief that transcended time and space. In that instant, the purpose of the gospel unfolded, a path illuminated by faith in the Son of God, a promise of healing for every broken heart. And as he extended his hand toward her, the energy shifted again. It was palpable, a wave of hope crashing over the gathered souls as they witnessed the miracle unfold. The air buzzed with anticipation, a collective breath held in unison. What would happen next? Would she be healed? Would her faith, so fervent and raw, be rewarded? The answer lay within the embrace of belief, a profound truth that resonated with every heart present. The moment was electric. The woman, trembling yet resolute, felt a warmth spread through her body, a lightness she hadn't known in years. She looked up, her eyes locking onto his, and in that exchange, something monumental occurred. It was as if the barriers of time and space dissolved, and she understood the purpose of the gospel was not just for her healing, but for the healing of all who would believe. It was an invitation to step into something greater, to become part of a story that was still being written. Behind her, a man watched, his heart pounding in his chest. He had come seeking answers, burdened by doubt and fear. Yet, witnessing this moment filled him with resolve. If she could believe, could he? Was it possible that the Son of God could also see him, could also change his life? The tension within him swelled, a battle between skepticism and hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness fell, yet the light of belief shone brighter than ever. In the distance, whispers spread through the crowd. Could this truly be the Messiah? What if he is the answer to our prayers? Each question sparked a fire of hope, igniting the hearts of those who had long dwelled in despair. The purpose of the gospel began to resonate like a drumbeat, steady and unwavering. It was about belief, belief that could break chains, heal wounds, and bring peace to restless hearts. The narrative of the Son of God unfolded before them, a tapestry woven with love, sacrifice, and grace. Each person standing there became part of a larger story, entwined with the ancient promises that had echoed through generations. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a new understanding dawned. This was not merely a moment in time. It was the beginning of something transformative, a movement of faith that would ripple across continents and through centuries. The purpose of the gospel was alive, pulsing with the heartbeat of humanity, drawing each soul closer to the truth that belief in the Son of God could change everything. The weight of history pressed against them, yet the hope in the air was intoxicating. In that sacred space, hand in hand with their doubts, they began to believe. Believe in miracles, believe in love, believe in a future illuminated by a light that could never be extinguished. And as the crowd lingered, drawn together by an invisible thread of faith, the story continued, waiting to unfold into the next chapter of their lives.